Chapter 749. The small primal chaos absolute heaven formation floated in Yi Xian's palm, but it caused the surrounding space to faintly collapse. The blood-colored lines on the formation caused one's soul to be sucked in with just a glance, and it was filled with a speechless terror. Yi Xian stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. The absolute chaos formation floated in front of him, but Yi Xian did not look at the formation again. His excitement had completely calmed down. Although he had created the absolute chaos formation, Yi Xian did not feel happy at all. There was only a faint sense of disappointment, because Lu Bai was the eternal pain in his heart. Mr. Fatso Huang rode a cloud and quietly appeared behind Yi Xian. He had waited for 7,000 years, and he had seen everything. He wanted to comfort Yi Xian, but he did not know how to say it. After dozens of breaths, Yi Xian finally came back to his senses and murmured, "Fatso Huang, how much time do we have before the Myriad Demon Conference begins?" "Mister, there are still 2,500 years before the Myriad Demon Conference begins." Fatso Huang did not dare to be negligent and replied with a bow. "It's time to go back." Although the absolute chaos formation has been created, the formation's absolute chaos formation is extremely fierce. To fully display the formation's power, the formation's materials need to be gathered. 2,000 years should be enough. Yi Xian's voice turned cold. He was eager to return home. He wanted to complete the absolute chaos formation before the Myriad Demon Conference began. He wanted to give Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun a huge surprise. "Brother Bai Yi, I will let your name resound throughout the three realms. This absolute chaos formation is the beginning." Yi Xian's voice was resolute as a strand of ferocious light flashed past his eyes. A strand of unfathomable killing intent flashed past his eyes, and it proved that a terrifying calamity was about to befall the three dimensions in the near future. The heaven and earth ultimate formation could destroy the heaven and earth. If the ancient demon court and the heaven court were to fight, the collision of the two ultimate formations would shatter the heaven and earth. This was a battle that could destroy the heaven and earth, an unprecedented battle. A sea of blood flowed as the heavens and earth were annihilated. Yi Xian's face was malevolent and vicious. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. What great tribulation of heaven and earth! What immeasurable tribulation! I, Yi Xian, will start all of this. I want to see how you, Dong Huang Tai, will destroy the celestial court." Yi Xian said coldly as killing intent lingered around his body. He did not care what calamity would befall the world after this battle began, because he only wanted to destroy the ancient Fei court. Fatso Huang's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yi Xian's cold aura. He had followed Yi Xian for more than 100,000 years, and he knew Yi Xian's temperament too well. A calamity of heaven and earth was unavoidable. However, Fatso Huang was not a kind person. Even if the world fell and all living things died, it had nothing to do with him. This was because his only belief in life was Yi Xian. Even if a saint blocked his way, he would follow Yi Xian unswervingly. "Let's go," Yi Xian said softly. The absolute chaos formation was stored in his Sumera space, and disappeared when he took a step out. Fatso Huang quickly followed. Buzz! The passage in reverse opened. As Yi Xian and Fatso Huang entered the passage, the two went straight back to the Earth Immortal realm. However, a calamity was quietly brewing. The 33rd layer of the celestial court. Thousands of rays of auspicious qi shone resplendently. Cranes danced, clouds drifted, and the southern heavenly gate towered majestically. From time to time, celestial soldiers and generals patrolled by, proving that the 33rd layer of the celestial court was operating normally. No one came to the celestial court to cause trouble because Yi Xian had disappeared for 7,000 years. After all, there were several quasi-saints overseeing the celestial court. Although everyone had heard that the primordial violet vapor was in Yi Xian's hands, these quasi-saints did not dare to probe too much without confirmation. Dong, dong, Dong. On this day, 81 consecutive bell tolls came from the celestial court. This also caused the immortals of the celestial court to rush to the Lingxiao Hall. Clearly, something big was about to happen. Lingxiao Hall. Kong Xian and Kuan Peng stood on both sides. Taishang Lao Jun held a horsetail whisk. The demon kings stood on both sides of the hall. In the center, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the demon kings. At this moment, the celestial court was slightly desolate. The departure of the immortals of the Jia sect and half of the demon kings was a great loss to the celestial court. If not for the sky-swallowing toad and the others' loyalty to Yi Xian, the huge celestial court would have been empty. Today, I have called everyone to the Lingxiao Hall for a meeting because I have a few important matters to announce. Yi Xian's voice was very calm, so calm that there were no ripples. Celestial Emperor, please speak. Venus Taibai walked out and bowed to Yi Xian. The first thing is to open up the peach garden and bestow it to the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Raise their cultivation bases at all costs. The second thing is that I will open up the heavenly emperor's treasury. Be it divine abilities, secret arts, pills, or weapons, I will bestow upon you anything that can raise the cultivation bases of the heavenly court's troops. As Yi Xian's words fell, all the demon kings present were shocked. Some of the celestial soldiers and generals guarding the Lingxiao Hall breathed heavily. Clearly, everyone was shocked by Yi Xian's decision. Celestial Emperor, you can't do this. The Peach Garden and the Celestial Emperor's treasury are the foundation of the Celestial Court. If you open them all, the Celestial Court's foundation will be depleted. This, Venus Taibai's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly tried to dissuade Yi Xian, but before he could finish, Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted, the ancient demon court is about to start the myriad demon conference. The Celestial Court will eventually fight the ancient demon court. If the Celestial Court is destroyed, the Peach Garden and the Celestial Emperor's treasury will be useless. You don't have to say any more. Yes, this old subject obeys. Venus Taibai bowed and hurriedly retreated. Clearly, Yi Xian's words made sense. If the Celestial Court was destroyed by the ancient demon court, the Peach Garden and the Celestial Emperor's treasury would become the ancient demon court's property. It would be better to use them to increase the strength of the Celestial Court. This was also a decision to cut off all means of retreat. Sky-devouring toad. Yi Xian suddenly looked at him. I'm here. The sky-devouring toad did not dare to be negligent. He quickly walked out and bowed to Yi Xian. I want you to do the third matter personally. Yi Xian suddenly threw out a jade slip and got the sky-devouring toad to catch it. He sank his consciousness into it and read the information in the jade slip. This jade slip contains the array formation materials I need. The Celestial Court still has more than half of these array formation materials, but there is a small portion that the Celestial Court does not have. You need to gather all these array formation materials within 1,000 years. No matter what method you use, even if you burn, kill, and plunder, you have to complete this mission, Yi Xian said calmly. Yes, Master. The sky-devouring toad replied solemnly. Then, it bid farewell to Yi Xian. Clearly, it wanted to search for the array formation materials as soon as possible. Report. Suddenly, there was a flurry of footsteps. A heavenly general rushed into the Lingxiao Hall. His face was pale. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, the ancient demon court has sent an envoy. He is waiting outside the hall. He said that he is here on the orders of the demon race's Celestial Emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai, to deliver an invitation to the Myriad Demon Conference, the heavenly general said with a trembling voice. Chapter 750. The fact that the ancient demon court had sent an envoy to deliver an invitation was like a bolt from the blue to the immortals present. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Yi Xian placed his hands behind his back and listened to the heavenly general's report calmly. There was no change in his expression. When the heavenly general finished his report, all the immortals in the Lingxiao Hall looked at Yi Xian. It was a blatant demonstration. Dong Huangtai clearly knew that the ancient demon court and the celestial court would not rest until one of them was dead. Yet, he had sent an invitation at this time. This was simply a demonstration against Yi Xian in disguise. "Let him in," Yi Xian said softly. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, there was a sound of steady footsteps outside the Lingxiao Hall. A man with an eagle head and a human body strolled in. He held a golden invitation in his hand and looked around at the immortals of the celestial court. He was arrogant and unyielding. Although this person's cultivation was only at Daoyuo Jinxian's level, he was not afraid of the people of the celestial court at all. Instead, he had a high and mighty attitude. "Who is Yi Tiandi?" The Golden Eagle King looked around and pretended not to see Yi Xian on the central throne. His attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he was deliberately demonstrating his power. Unfortunately, the immortals of the celestial court were silent and looked at this person silently. Yi Xian sat on the throne with an expressionless face. No one could tell what he was thinking, and it was impossible for him to answer the Golden Eagle King. Embarrassment, anger, and all kinds of emotions grew in the Golden Eagle King's heart. He thought that his arrival would make the celestial court feel as if they were facing a great enemy, but no one in the Lingxiao Hall cared about him. "It seems that this is Yi Tiandi." The Golden Eagle King finally raised his head to look at Yi Xian. However, his gaze was extremely sharp and a trace of disdain flashed through his eyes. Today, he came to the celestial court under the orders of the Dong Huangtai. It seemed like he was here to deliver an invitation to the Myriad Demon Conference, but he was also here to test the attitude of the celestial court. This was also his true mission. The 1,000 demon meet was about to begin. The Eastern Emperor Tai would not tolerate the existence of the celestial court. If he could subdue the celestial court without bloodshed, it would save him a huge battle. However, if Yi Xian did not understand the situation, he could only wait until the 1,000 demon meet began before directly destroying the celestial court. From the beginning to the end, the celestial court led by Yi Xian was nothing in Dong Huangtai's eyes. This was because the reason was very simple. Although the celestial court had a few quasi-saints, it was far inferior to the ancient demon court. The ancient demon court had dozens of quasi-saints, and the two celestial emperors had extremely high cultivations. They also had thousands of ancient demons that could set up the heavenly cycle star formation. After the 1,000 demon meet began, billions of demons in the three realms would submit to the ancient demon court. The power of the ancient demon court would soar to an unimaginable level. Furthermore, with the support of Saint Nuwa, the ancient demon court's power would be unprecedented. In Dong Huangtai's heart, his enemies were only the 12 ancient shamans. The so-called Yi Xian and his celestial court were just a joke to him. What qualifications does Yi Xian have to make an enemy of the Eastern Emperor Tai? The Golden Eagle King was very arrogant because he had the confidence to be arrogant. He had the entire ancient demon court behind him. Even though he was deep in the celestial court, he was not afraid. Silence, silence, an eerie silence. The Golden Eagle King's face was ashen because Yi Xian did not respond at all. He did not even look at him from beginning to end. This silent humiliation made him furious. Yi Xian, my celestial emperor sent an invitation to thousands of demons. Is this how you treat your guests? The Golden Sheep King said coldly. His words were extremely fierce. I accept the invitation. You can scram now. The Kunpeng sneered and walked slowly toward the Golden Eagle King. This made the Golden Eagle King's expression change greatly. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Greetings, Demon Master. The Golden Eagle King dared to be presumptuous in front of others, but he did not dare to be negligent in front of the Kunpeng, the Demon Master of the past. He even worshipped the Kunpeng in panic. If this demon master remembers correctly, you were only a little demon king back then. If this demon master did not save you during the Great Witch Demon War, you would have died in that catastrophe, right? The Kunpeng took the invitation and said in a cold voice. The Golden Eagle King's face paled after hearing the Kunpeng's words. However, he still forced a smile and said, if this demon master did not save me, this disciple would have died in the Great Witch Demon War. However, this disciple came to the Celestial Court with a letter from the Eastern Royal Heavenly Emperor. Please read it, the Golden Eagle King said as a letter appeared in his hand. He then respectfully handed it to the Kunpeng. This made the Kunpeng frown and secretly look at Yi Xian. Only then did he realize that Yi Xian did not have any expression. This made him take the letter and read it. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the Kunpeng. This was because the Kunpeng was a member of the ancient demon court in the past and was ranked below the two heavenly emperors. At this moment, the Eastern Royal Tai had personally written a letter to him. This caused the gazes of everyone in the Celestial Court to turn heavy. Demon Master, the Eastern Royal Heavenly Emperor said that as long as the Demon Master is willing to return to the ancient demon court, you will still be the Demon Master. There will be a place for you in the ancient demon court. The Golden Eagle King bowed and said. Ha! Suddenly, the Kunpeng let out a wild laugh, then walked towards Yi Xian with the letter in hand. He even bowed towards Yi Xian and said, the Heavenly Emperor is wise. That Eastern Emperor Tai Yi promised me to betray the Heavenly Court. This is his personal letter, please take a look at it. As the Kunpeng spoke, it placed the letter in front of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't read it. With just a thought, he turned the letter that Donghuang Tai wrote to the Kunpeng into ashes. How dare you! Such a scene caused the Golden Eagle King to explode in anger. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions simply didn't place the Eastern Emperor in his eyes. If he remained silent, wouldn't he lose the prestige of the ancient demon court? Go back and tell the Eastern Royal Tai that the Kunpeng is a member of the Celestial Court. This emperor will not participate in the so-called Myriad Demon Conference. If he wants to die, this emperor will wait for him in the Celestial Court, Yi Xian said calmly. Arrogant. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Golden Eagle King's face turned red. He roared and raised his arm to point at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you have to understand how a mere celestial court can fight against the ancient demon court. If you are willing to submit now, you can still live. Otherwise, when the ancient demon court comes, your soul will be destroyed and you will never be reincarnated. The Golden Eagle King's furious voice sounded, but the immortals of the celestial court looked at him strangely. They all focused on him and looked at the Golden Eagle King with pity. What are you looking at? The immortals of the celestial court were too strange. The Golden Eagle King felt his hair stand on end. This feeling was extremely strong, as if something bad was about to happen. Dig out his eyes, break his limbs, and throw him out of the celestial court for this emperor. Suddenly, Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. Before the Golden Eagle King could recover, a golden light suddenly pressed down on his body. The Rock Demon King appeared in front of him with a sinister smile. Chapter 751. What are you doing? The Golden Eagle King asked in confusion. Even now, he still didn't realize how terrifying the treatment he was about to receive was. What am I doing? The Rock Demon King smiled sinisterly. You dare to behave atrociously in my celestial court and even dare to insult the celestial emperor. What do you think I am doing? Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in the Golden Eagle King's mind. He instantly came to his senses. The Rock Demon King in front of him wanted to attack him. This caused him to abruptly look at Yi Xian with an unprecedented expression of panic in his eyes. Yi Tiandi. Two armies fighting. Not killing envoys. You. The Golden Eagle King said with a trembling voice. Where was the arrogance from before? No, no, no. The Rock Demon King laughed sinisterly. You've misunderstood. I didn't want to kill you at all. I only wanted to chop off your 4 limbs, dig out your 2 eyes, and toss you out lightly as a stick. How is that killing you? Following the Rock Demon King's words, the Golden Eagle King's complexion was deathly pale without blood. His eyes were trembling and slightly congealing. He felt a great terror between life and death. His footsteps retreated, wanting to escape from this place. Unfortunately, facing the Rock Demon King, a peak grand heavenly immortal, he had nowhere to run. He was completely suppressed by the Rock Demon King. Come, I will be very gentle. The Rock Demon King smiled sinisterly, but his gaze was extremely sinister. At this moment, he appeared before the Golden Eagle King and extended his fingers towards the latter's eyes. No. The Golden Eagle King screamed miserably. Poof. Ah. The Golden Eagle King screamed miserably. His eyes had already turned into 2 bloody holes. He knelt on the ground and wailed miserably. My eyes, my eyes. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The Rock Demon King slowly shook his head. No matter what, you are still a grand heavenly immortal king. Losing your eyes won't take long to recover them. Why are you crying like a woman? Chi. Using his palm as a blade, blood rained down. Under the Rock Demon King's sinister smile, the Golden Eagle King's right arm was chopped off and a large amount of blood sprayed out. No. Having his eyes gouged out by the Rock Demon King had already caused the Golden Eagle King unbearable pain. Now that his arm had been chopped off, the terror in his heart was about to crush him. You're so cowardly from this little bit of torture. It seems like the people of the ancient demon court are only a so-so. The Rock Demon King's smile was no longer present. His face was malevolent and cruel. As he slashed out several rays of blade light, the Golden Eagle King's 4 limbs were all chopped off. His fate was simply too tragic to look at. Men, throw him out. You go back and tell Eastern Emperor Tai that if he has the ability, then he can come. Our Celestial Court's people are not people who fear death. The Rock Demon King coldly spoke and kicked the Golden Eagle King flying. As the Golden Eagle King howled miserably, a heavenly general quickly picked up his mangled body and brought him out of the Lingxiao Hall. Celestial Emperor. After the Rock Demon King finished, he bowed towards Yi Xian. You did well. These 5 simple words were praise for the Rock Demon King. Clearly, the Rock Demon King's actions had satisfied Yi Xian. This also proved that the Celestial Court was united and would not become a pile of loose sand in the face of a powerful enemy. Celestial Emperor, please be wise. This person is clearly testing our Celestial Court. I'm afraid that when this person returns to the ancient demon court, the 2 celestial emperors of the demon race will definitely be furious. Old Minister, I'm afraid. Venus Tai Bai wanted to say something but stopped. Her eyes were filled with worry. Venus Tai Bai was not the only one worried. The others were the same. Although they were already prepared to fight the ancient demon court, they also knew that the Celestial Court was definitely not the ancient demon court's match. However, they blindly believed in Yi Xian because they believed that Yi Xian definitely had the means to resist the ancient demon court. However, they still did not know what trump cards Yi Xian had. At this moment, Yi Xian looked around at the Celestial Court. Although no one said anything, Yi Xian could sense what they were thinking. You are all my loyal subordinates. I don't want to hide it from you. When the sky-devouring toad returns 1,000 years later, I will naturally tell you what trump cards the Celestial Court has. Yi Xian spoke calmly, but the eyes of the Celestial Court members lit up. They all bowed to Yi Xian and shouted the name of the Celestial Emperor. Time flowed like water. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 1,000 years, the celestial court welcomed a rare peace. However, everyone knew that this temporary peace was only temporary. Soon, a great calamity would befall the world and affect the heaven, earth, and man realms. It was also when 1,000 years passed that a grand bell echoed in the 33rd heaven of the celestial court. All the demon kings and immortals at the level of Daluo Jingxian rushed to the 33rd heaven. The 33rd heaven, Tushita Palace. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His grayish-white hair scattered behind his head. The Empyrean fairy accompanied him. Kong Xian and Kuan Peng stood on both sides. Grand Supreme Elder stood calmly with a horsetail whisk in his hand. No one knew what Yi Xian was going to do today. Qi. 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 Immortal light surged and demonic aura surged. In less than 5 minutes, all the immortals and demon kings at the level of Daluo Jingxian and above gathered in the 33rd heaven. The stars in outer space and the vast sea of stars were rumbling in outer space. The starlight that filled the sky scattered down, illuminating the 33rd heaven beautifully. At this moment, no one was in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Yi Xian had gathered everyone here. Clearly, he had something important to announce. Unfortunately, the celestial court waited for Yi Xian to speak. However, Yi Xian remained silent, as if waiting for someone to arrive. This made the celestial court members not dare to question him. They could only wait anxiously. Qi. 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 Suddenly, 10 beams of demonic light shot over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were the 10 demon kings who had left the celestial court 1,000 years ago. Your subordinates did not disappoint. We have finally gathered the materials that the celestial emperor requested. Please take a look. The sky-devouring toad looked exhausted, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He waved his hand and a large amount of colorful materials appeared. Boom! The other 9 demonic kings opened their Sumera spaces one after another. Endless materials for setting up formations piled up into mountains. Multicolored rays of light shot up into the sky. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at them. All of you have done well. Yi Xian nodded slowly. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Heavenly Chaos Array. It was drawn by Yi Xian and Lu Baiyi together. Although the array diagram was completed, it still required billions of divine materials to set up. The materials to set up the formation were one thing, but to truly set up this formation, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who could complete it. He also needed the participation of the heavenly court's troops in order to fully display the might of the primal chaos heaven formation. Only then would he be able to resist the heavenly cycle star formation of the ancient demon court. I have a close friend. His name is Lu Baiyi. Just as the members of the heavenly court were staring blankly at the endless divine materials in front of them, Yi Xian's ancient and hoarse voice sounded out. Chapter 752. Yi Xian's voice was very soft, but it was enough to be heard by everyone. This also made the members of the celestial court look at him. Obviously, they knew that Yi Xian was going to show his trump card against the ancient demon court. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook as a baleful aura surged. A resplendent stream of light was shot out by Yi Xian, and a formation diagram blossomed with a chaotic light. It continuously expanded within the violent winds until it covered the entire 33 heavens. Bang! 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 The 8 gates opened, and life and death were destroyed. The vast formation diagram covered the sky and earth, and endless evil spirits filled the air. The other 33 levels of heaven were destroyed, and there were signs of the collapse of heaven and earth. This is... Kuan Peng exclaimed. His eyes suddenly froze, and his expression became extremely solemn. The ultimate formation of heaven and earth? Kong Xian whispered in horror. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian, and his eyes flashed with shock. Obviously, the appearance of the ultimate formation of heaven and earth made Kong Xian's heart churn. Impossible! Taishan Laojun exclaimed. He stared at the ultimate formation of heaven and earth, and kept pinching his fingers to calculate something. However, his expression became more and more solemn. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There are only 3 ultimate formations in the world. When did the 4th one appear? Taishan Laojun muttered to himself, as if he was in a dream. As the good corpse of Lao Tzu, he had a lot of memories of Lao Tzu in the past. Moreover, his understanding and comprehension of Tao were extraordinary. He knew how terrifying the ultimate formation of heaven and earth was. But what did he see? A ultimate formation of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. It was not one of the 3 legendary ultimate formations, but an ultimate formation of heaven and earth that he had never heard of before. It can't be wrong. This is indeed the ultimate formation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Kunpeng let out a low roar. Its face was already flushed red, and it let out a confident voice. Because he was the master of 10,000 demons in the past, he was extremely familiar with the heavenly cycle star formation. Although the heaven and earth absolute formation that Yi Xian displayed was only a formation diagram, the baleful aura that filled it wasn't inferior to the heavenly cycle star formation at all. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. When the 3 quasi-saints spoke, every single member of the heavenly court was in an uproar. They abruptly looked towards Yi Xian with indescribable excitement in their eyes. The heaven and earth ultimate array. This was something they had never dared to think about. It was also the difference between the celestial court and the ancient demon court. Not only could the heaven and earth ultimate formation kill powerful enemies, it was also the foundation of a force. If the formation in front of them was really the heaven and earth ultimate formation, then they would have a much higher chance of winning against the ancient demon court. A worthy younger brother, is this really? Kong Xian asked in surprise, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. At this moment, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. He finally turned to look at the troops of the celestial court, nodded slightly, and said, "This formation is called the Celestial Chaos Formation, the 4th great formation in the world." Whoosh! As Yi Xian finished speaking, the 33rd heaven was in an uproar. It was as if they were in a bustling city, with all kinds of exclamations and discussions. How is this possible? Why have I never heard of the 4th great formation in the world? Taishan Laojun could not believe it, and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Because he had the memories of the sage Lao Tzu, he was very sure that there were only 3 great formations in the world, and there could not be a 4th one. I have said before that I have a close friend called Lu Bai, and he was the one who created this formation, Yi Xian whispered in a hoarse voice. Lu Bai. The 3 sage-to-be murmured in a low voice, and kept thinking hard about who this person was. But no matter how they thought about the sage-to-be figures in the world, they could not find any clues about this person. To be able to create the great formation of heaven and earth, this is simply unprecedented. This person is also very talented. I wonder which sage-to-be this friend is. Your Majesty, please tell us so that we can make friends with him. Taishan Laojun usually did not show his strength, and always gave people a feeling of peace and inaction. In fact, because he had the memories and insights of the sage Lao Tzu, his temperament could be said to be high and mighty. Even some sage-to-be were not worthy of his attention. Even though he was arrogant, he wanted to make friends with a peerless figure who could create the great formation of heaven and earth. My close friend has been buried in the yellow earth, and he was only a mortal. Yi Xian said calmly, and a lonely aura surrounded him. Lu Bai's death was also Yi Xian's eternal regret. A mortal? As Yi Xian finished speaking, the 33rd heaven was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned on the ground, and they could not believe their ears. They looked at Yi Xian with great surprise. What kind of joke was this? How could a mortal create the great formation of heaven and earth? This was simply a big joke. If these words did not come from Yi Xian's mouth, no one would dare to believe such a fantasy. Don't worry about not knowing your friends on the road ahead. Who doesn't know you in the world? Brother Bai, do you see? I will let your name truly resound in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Yi Xian looked up at the sky, as if he saw Lu Bai smile at him from the great formation of heaven and earth. A smile also appeared on Yi Xian's face. Suddenly turning back, Yi Xian looked at the people of the celestial court, and his expression gradually became solemn. This is the great formation of heaven and earth, comparable to the three great formations of heaven and earth. This formation contains the 8 gates of life and death, and can reverse yin and yang, as well as reverse the universe. It contains boundless baleful qi, and even a saint would not be able to escape from this formation for some time. Yi Xian's voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and it also startled the people of the celestial court. They listened attentively, because they knew that the highlight was coming. Where are the 36 stars of heavenly spirit? Yi Xian roared. Your subject is here. The 36 stars of heavenly spirit quickly stepped forward. Gather the 36 banners of heavenly spirit and baleful qi. You all guard the gate of illusion. Yi Xian waved his hand, and millions of divine materials soared into the air, shooting toward the various directions of the great formation of heaven and earth. As you command, Celestial Emperor. The 36 stars of heavenly spirit returned to their positions. They were all zenith heavenly realm cultivators, and they directly stood in the northeast corner of the great formation of heaven and earth. Where are the 72 stars of earthly fiends? Your subject is here. The 72 earthly fiend stars also returned to their positions, guarding the gate of tranquility and standing in the southwest corner of the great formation of heaven and earth. Gather the baleful qi of heaven and earth, reverse the great Tao of yin and yang. The 3,650 great stars of the universe, draw upon the baleful qi of past and present, and enter my great formation of heaven and earth. Rumble. With a roar that could shatter mountains and rivers, 3,650 immortals and demon kings soared into the air and stood in the great formation of heaven and earth. The millions of divine materials were refined, and black banners appeared one after another. Life, death, illusion, destruction, and domination of heaven and destruction. These 4 gates will be jointly controlled by the 3 of you, fellow Taoists. Yi Xian said solemnly. 4 sky-piercing banners appeared out of thin air in his hand. He directly sent them towards the 3 quasi-saints, and the 3 of them quickly caught them. Chapter 753. Of the 8 gates, 4 were death gates and 4 were life gates. Only the 4 gates of life, death, illusion, and destruction had a slim chance of survival. This was the only flaw of the chaotic heaven vanquishing formation, and it required the presence of the 4 pre-saints to make up for this flaw. Even though the heaven and earth vanquishing formation was not perfect, there were still flaws. The same was true for the other 3 heaven and earth vanquishing formations. The only flaw of the chaotic heaven vanquishing formation was the 4 gates of life, death, illusion, and destruction. This heavy burden fell on the shoulders of the 4 pre-saints. When the 8 gates were opened, all living things would be buried. Not only was it filled with endless ferocity, it also had the supreme power to reverse yin and yang. On this day, the 33 levels of heaven were shaking. The aura of sealing heaven and earth could be felt. No one could peek into the 33 levels of heaven because the members of the celestial court had to completely master the chaotic heaven vanquishing formation before the start of the Myriad Demons Conference. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The 33 levels of heaven regained its peace and the aura of sealing heaven and earth slowly dissipated. The various demon kings and immortals dispersed from the 33 levels of heaven. However, each of them looked exhausted, but their eyes were filled with ferocity. Above the firmament, in the void. Yi Xian sat cross-legged with the three pre-saints on his left and right. An oppressive atmosphere quietly grew. Celestial Emperor, the Myriad Demons Conference is about to begin. Are you really ready for this battle? Taishang Laojuan's eyes were deep and his voice was slightly low. As long as Dong Huangtai and Di Jun dare to come, I will start this calamity. Yi Xian laughed coldly. The world was in an uproar and everything became clear. The demons of the three realms were dancing wildly and everything was silent. This was because countless demons were rushing towards the ancient demon court because an unprecedented demon conference was about to begin. The ancient demon court was about to regain control of the three realms. This also symbolized the rise of the demon race between heaven and earth. This was a grand meeting of the demon race that attracted the attention of the entire world. It was an unprecedented event in the world. Demi-saints and orthodoxies from all over the world had come to congratulate them. Sage Nuwa was even coming to the demon meet in person. All of this had pushed the ancient demon court's prestige to its peak. However, just as the Myriad Demon Conference was about to begin, a piece of news spread. The 33 Celestial Court had invited all demi-saints and orthodoxies to participate in the Celestial Court Conference. They even sent out messengers to deliver an invitation to the Celestial Court. However, the various quasi-saints and forces sneered in their hearts. They did not expect Yi Xian to still be so stubborn at this time. Naturally, they would not participate in this so-called Celestial Court banquet. This was because everyone knew that the Celestial Court led by Yi Xian was about to become a thing of the past. Once the Myriad Demon Conference was over, the ancient demon court was certain to destroy the Celestial Court. This was not only to reclaim the orthodoxy of the world, but also to display the ancient demon court's might. As the saying went, a new broom sweeps clean. Although this was an old saying of mortals, it perfectly displayed the ancient demon court's might. Merely starting the Myriad Demon Conference was not the ancient demon court's goal. Only by destroying the Celestial Court could they display the ancient demon court's might. The ancient demon court. Demonic energy soared to the heavens and green clouds surged. The various origin immortals had all lowered their statuses to the extreme. Even some of the greater demons that Daluo Jingxian had grudges with in the past were all welcoming them with smiles on their faces. This was because the rise of the demons was unstoppable. The loyalty of the billions of demons in the three realms was not just for show. They would become one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Before the ancient demon court was born, the demons were nothing more than a sheet of loose sand. However, once the ancient demon court was born, and with the support of Saint Nuwa, the demons became an iron bucket and displayed a terrifying cohesion. The Buddhas of the West, the Immortals of the Chan School and Jie School, the Ghost Emperors of the 5 directions of the underworld, the Yama Kings of the 10 halls, and the various quasi-saints had all arrived at the ancient demon court. Even the itinerant immortals of the Earth Immortal realm had arrived. Almost all the forces in the world were present. The various quasi-saints had all arrived. Any quasi-saint with a little bit of fame had all come to the ancient demon court. Unfortunately, although these quasi-saints were terrifying, they could only put down their airs under the might of the 2 demon emperors. They did not dare to overstep their bounds in the ancient demon court. This was an unprecedented event. Apart from the witch tribe and the ancient demon court, almost all the forces with a little bit of fame had come to congratulate the ancient demon court. The Myriad Demon Conference. The nebula was vast and boundless. White jade tables were laid out on the clouds. All kinds of immortal wine and spirit fruits were placed on them. There was also the sound of zither and zither playing. Amidst the clouds and mist, it meant that the Myriad Demon Conference was about to begin. The ancient demons sat in all directions. The Origin Demon King was talking loudly. The Western Buddhas were smiling and chatting with the various demons. They no longer had the posture of subduing demons. Isn't this Shingongbao? Why didn't the immortals of the Jie school submit to Yi Xian in the fake celestial court? Instead, they came here to congratulate the ancient demon court on regaining control of the three realms. The old man of the South Pole was complacent, and his face was flushed, which proved that he had been living a good life during this period of time. When he saw Shen Gongbao visiting with the immortals of the Jie school, he naturally sneered. Humph. Shen Gongbao snorted coldly with the absolute sword immortal on his back. However, his eyes were filled with shame and anger. He ignored the old man of the South Pole's mockery, but he was extremely aggrieved. Shen Gongbao did not want to come to the Myriad Demon Conference. When he left the Celestial Court with the immortals of the Jie school, he did not want to participate in the dispute of the three realms. However, the Tong Tian had ordered him to come and congratulate the ancient demon court. He had no choice but to follow the sect master's orders. Humph, if not for the existence of the Tong Tian, a mere Jie school would definitely destroy your sect. The old man of the South Pole sneered as he watched Shen Gongbao take his seat in the Myriad Demon Conference. He flicked his sleeve and went to greet the other visitors, but his eyes were filled with pride. Damn it! Bang! After suffering such a huge humiliation, Shen Gongbao suddenly slammed the table. His face was already extremely red, but he could not fight. Otherwise, it would definitely cause trouble for the Jie school. Forget it. Now that the Chan school is backed by the ancient demon court, we can only endure for the time being. The goddess of golden spirit sighed and comforted Shen Gongbao. Ah! Shen Gongbao sighed. His eyebrows drooped, and his will was slightly depressed. Such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of the guests. However, everyone shook their heads helplessly. The Jie school had just risen, but the ancient demon court had appeared, and the Chan school had also revived. It seemed that the Jie school had become a thing of the past. The heavenly emperor has arrived. Dong! 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 81 bell rings echoed in the clouds. Two majestic figures were also walking towards the Myriad Demon Conference. This also caused the noisy Myriad Demon Conference to suddenly fall silent. Countless gazes were focused on the two heavenly emperors. Chapter 754. Welcome, Celestial Emperor. All the ancient demons stood up and bowed to the two celestial emperors. The other forces did not dare to be negligent. They cupped their hands and bowed to the two celestial emperors. Everyone had a fawning look on their faces. Above the firmament, in the void, the demonic light that blotted out the sky rippled in all directions. The two celestial emperors sat side by side, overlooking the living beings of the three realms as they did in the past. Time flies. My ancient demon court experienced a calamity of the world in the past, and it has finally reappeared in the world today. This emperor doesn't ask for anything, and I only ask for peace in the three dimensions so that calamity doesn't occur. This way, I can comfort the heavens. Dong Huang Tai sat on the celestial emperor's throne. He looked around at the various forces. His voice was old and hoarse, but the invisible majesty made the hearts of the guests tremble. Dong Huang Tai, the celestial emperor of the demon race, was a supreme figure among the sage-to-be. His bell of chaos was invincible. He was born in an invincible position and could become a formidable hero. Every word of Dong Huang Tai was very heavy. It was so heavy that it affected the operation of the three realms. It was not only because he had supreme cultivation, but also because he represented billions of demons. The demon race should be established. This was an unstoppable trend. Everyone present knew that the demon race was about to regain their position as the overlord of the world. If anyone dared to be presumptuous in front of the ancient demon court, they would be courting death. The three realms have been in chaos for a long time. The ancient demon court should take control of the three realms and command all beings to submit. Do you have any objections? Emperor Jun said majestically. His entire body was emitting the divine light of the sun. His blazing and domineering aura swept across millions of miles. He looked at the various forces. Emperor Jun was very direct. He did not pretend to be polite. The so-called demon meet was a banquet. In fact, it was telling all the forces in the world that they could either submit to the ancient demon court or be destroyed by it. There was no third choice for them. At this moment, as the two celestial emperors spoke, all the forces fell silent. Especially the underworld, which was led by the Emperor of Fengdu. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. The forces of the underworld were intricate and complicated. They were completely unafraid of the ancient demon court. However, the underworld lineage had a huge weakness, and that was that they each acted on their own. There was no so-called unity. The Emperor of Fengdu was indeed the master of the ghost emperors of the 5 directions. In name, he also ruled the entire underworld. However, one should not forget that the underworld was not as simple as one might think. The Bridge of Helplessness, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Nether Blood Sea, the 18 levels of hell. There were also countless unknown terrifying characters who did not obey the orders of the Emperor of Fengdu. The truly terrifying part of the underworld was also here because there were too many uncertainties. Even if the Emperor of Fengdu was willing to submit to the ancient demon court, it was impossible for the ancient demon court to completely control the underworld. The underworld was silent. The Western Spirit Mountain, the Immortals of the Jia sect, and the orthodoxies of the Earth Immortal realm were all silent. Although everyone knew the ancient demon court's goal, they were still in a dilemma if they chose to submit. The Immortals of Chan School are willing to advance and retreat with the demon court. Suddenly, just as the various forces were hesitating, the Immortal Elder of the South Pole led the Immortals of Chan School out of the crowd and directly bowed to the 2 celestial emperors. This also made the various forces' expressions change slightly, and they could only sigh in their hearts. The rise of the ancient demon court was unstoppable. This could not be changed at all. The various forces could only follow suit and express their submission to the ancient demon court. The Western Spirit Mountain, the 4 states, the 4 seas, the various great Tao sects. As the various major forces spoke, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Di Jun nodded slightly. However, when it was the turn of the underworld and the Immortals of Jia sect, the 2 celestial emperors frowned slightly. Celestial emperors, the Immortals of Jia sect are former officials of the fake celestial court. They will definitely not sincerely submit to the ancient demon court. The Immortal Elder of the South Pole provoked and looked at Shen Gongbao and the others with a cold smile. As the Immortal Elder of the South Pole's words fell, everyone's eyes focused on Shen Gongbao. The 2 celestial emperors also frowned slightly. Obviously, it was difficult for them to deal with the Immortals of Jia sect. The Jia sect does not want to be involved in the disputes of the 3 realms. This time, we are only here to congratulate the 2 celestial emperors. The Jia sect only wants to be stable in the lower realm. I hope the 2 celestial emperors can understand. Shen Gongbao said neither arrogantly nor humbly. Okay, I agree. Suddenly, Donghuang Tai nodded slowly, which also made the Immortal Elder of the South Pole's expression change. He was about to continue speaking, but he was met with Donghuang Tai's cold gaze, which quickly made him shut up as if he had understood something. There were indeed many orthodoxies of Jia sect in the lower realm, but unfortunately, there were no figures who could be on the stage. Donghuang Tai did not think highly of the Jia sect's power. The most important reason was that Donghuang Tai did not want to offend Tong Tian, because he knew that Tong Tian was very terrifying, and the Jia sect was the orthodoxy that he had created. If he really pushed too much, it would be harmful to him and the ancient demon court. Obviously, the Immortal Elder of the South Pole also understood this, which was also the reason why he did not dare to continue speaking. To put it bluntly, as long as Tong Tian did not die, the Jia sect would continue to exist even if it declined. No one dared to destroy the foundation of the Jia sect. Taoist Donghuang, I am willing to lead the 5 ghost regions to submit to the ancient celestial court. However, you should understand that the underworld is not as simple as you think. If you want the underworld to listen to your orders, you can only make a trip to the underworld yourself, the Emperor of Fengdu said in a low voice. I understand. Dong Huangtai nodded. He knew that the Emperor of Fengdu was telling the truth. The underworld was indeed terrifying, and even he was extremely afraid. It was also at this moment that a figure quietly flashed across Dong Huangtai's mind, causing him to hold his breath. It was obvious that he had thought of a terrifying person in the underworld. Raise the 10,000 demon flag. When the various forces bowed their heads, Emperor Jun waved his hand. What happened next was extremely shocking, causing the various forces to be even more terrified and silent. Rumble. The Tongtian at the top of the flag moved the ground, and the demonic light that exploded the sky bloomed. In the endless sky, the figures of the demon clan appeared in all directions, and it was impossible to see the end of it. Regain control of heaven and earth, the demon clan shall rise. There were endless billions of demon clan members, and this was only a small part. In the vast sky and earth, regardless of whether it was the small demons or the demon king, they were all roaring at the sky. Welcome, Empress Nuwa. The two great celestial emperors got up from their emperors' thrones, and even gently stroked their clothes. Their two hands clasped together and bowed towards the sky. It was also at this time that golden light filled the sky from all directions, and a figure dropped down from the sky. Rumble. Chapter 755. Empress Nuwa was standing on an auspicious cloud surrounded by a golden light. Beside her was a girl, her disciple, Xuefenga. Nuwa was looking down with a smile on her face. Her entire being was radiating with an auspicious aura, giving off a feeling of spring wind and rain. Empress Nuwa. Billions of demons knelt down as their earth-shattering cheers rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. The two heavenly emperors even bowed down with a look of reverence on their faces. Greetings, Saint Nuwa. All the guests snapped back to their senses and knelt down hurriedly to pay their respects to Nuwa. Even though they knew that Nuwa would be attending the 1,000 demon meet personally, they were still extremely nervous and filled with a deep sense of reverence when they saw the arrival of a saint. Everyone below a saint was an ant. This was not just a saying. It was an eternal truth. This was also the reason why saints stood above the masses. Everyone, please rise. Nuwa spoke gently with a warm smile on her face. As Nuwa's voice rang out, the cheers gradually came to a stop. Under the lead of the two heavenly emperors, everyone stood up one after another. Even though Nuwa is a saint, she is also a member of the demon race. Today, the demon race has regained control of the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. This is a grand occasion for the demon race. Even though I'm a saint, I still have to do something. Nuwa's voice was peaceful. As she waved her slender hands, a holy light shone down from the skies. All the demon beasts in the world who had yet to gain sentience started to take form under the holy light. Their eyes shone with a spiritual glow that only humans could have. The demon race thanks the Empress for her benevolence. The two heavenly emperors bowed once more. Billions of demon race members were cheering loudly in all directions. Instantly, the hearts of the billions of demon race members were united. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Since the beginning of time, the three realms have been in chaos for a long time. The ancient demon court was born to govern the three realms. Goddess Nuwa's voice was like heaven and earth, causing all living beings to listen attentively. However, no one saw that the two celestial emperors' faces were flushed red, and their eyes were blazing with divine light. Clearly, the appearance of Saint Nuwa had caused the ancient demon court's power to reach its peak. The myriad demon gathering continued. Nuwa's appearance caused the gathering to become extremely solemn and dignified. What happened next was very simple. The two celestial emperors invited guests from all over. Large amounts of spirit fruits and immortal wine were served. Instantly, the atmosphere of the myriad demon conference gradually relaxed. There was even immortal music playing in the entire ancient demon court. Saint Nuwa sat cross-legged in the sky. As a saint, she naturally wouldn't participate. Only a dozen quasi-saints could toast her from afar, which made Nuwa nod her head gently. Sigh, looks like Yi Xian is in trouble. Daoist Landia and Zhen Yuanzi sat alone at a table. At this moment, Landia was fiddling with the green gourd in his hand and let out a long sigh. The ancient demon court has regained control of the three realms, and Saint Nuwa has come in person. This is already unstoppable. As the saying goes, there can't be two suns in the sky, and there can't be two rulers. I'm afraid that the ancient demon court will make a big move next. Zhen Yuanzi frowned and said. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you think that Dong Huang Tai will make a move on the celestial court soon. Landia was suddenly shocked and whispered in horror. Ha! Zhen Yuanzi sneered and said, the ancient demon court's power has been set. How can they allow the celestial court to exist? I'm afraid that a good show is about to begin. Let's wait and see. Hiss. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Landia gasped and looked up at Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun. However, he saw that the two were toasting with the guests one by one, without showing any strange expressions. Old Minister has something to report. Suddenly, Immortal Wang of the South Pole quietly stood up. He put down the wine cup in his hand and bowed to the two celestial emperors. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Immortal Wang of the South Pole. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. All the guests were toasting each other. At this moment, Immortal Wang of the South Pole stood up with a solemn face. No one would believe that there was nothing going on. What's the matter, Emperor of the South Pole? Di Jun smiled as a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be asking Immortal Wang of the South Pole, but in fact, this was a script that had been going on for a long time. Today, the ancient demon court has regained control of the heaven, earth, and mortal realms, but the fake celestial court still exists. Furthermore, Yi Xian did not come to the myriad demon meet. Clearly, he has a rebellious heart. Our ancient demon court is the rightful ruler of the heaven and earth. If we don't destroy the fake celestial court, won't the living beings of the three realms think that our ancient demon court is useless? Immortal Wang of the South Pole's words were sonorous and forceful, and he looked like he was speaking righteously. However, as his words fell, the entire myriad demon meet fell silent, and an oppressive atmosphere grew. You're right, Emperor of the South Pole. As the saying goes, there can't be two suns in the sky, and there can't be two rulers. This fake celestial court should disappear. Great ancient demon Count of Wind stepped out from the crowd and echoed. That's right. Today is the day that our ancient demon court regains control of the heaven and earth. This fake celestial court can be used as a sacrifice to the heavens. It can also be considered as clearing the name of our ancient demon court, Great Ancient Demon Count of Wind said firmly. Following the words of the two big ancient demons, the thousands of ancient demons stood up one after another. All sorts of requests for battle rang out from all directions as an extremely frightening killing intent emanated out, causing the hairs of the various guests to stand on end as an extreme fear rose in their hearts. It was premeditated, a blatant premeditated scheme. This was something that had been planned long ago. The various factions were not stupid. How could they not see that the ancient demon court wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Although the myriad demon meet was held to make the various factions bow their heads, and it seemed like the ancient celestial court had regained control of the three realms, if they did not display the strength of the ancient demon court, the various factions would definitely feel lucky. The ancient demon court wanted to establish its might. That's right. It was establishing its might, and the candidate to do so was the 33rd Celestial Court. As long as the Celestial Court was wiped out completely, it would make the ancient demon court's reputation soar. It would also make the various factions extremely fearful. Moreover, even if the celestial court did not establish its might, the celestial court had to be eliminated. That was because there could only be one celestial court in this world. Moreover, the primordial violet vapor was suspected to be in Yi Xian's hands. This was also the reason why the two celestial emperors had to attack Yi Xian. At this moment, the heavens and earth were silent. An extremely stifling atmosphere grew in the myriad demon conference. Even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two celestial emperors, waiting for them to speak. There can only be one celestial court in this world, and the ancient demon court is the orthodox one. Since Yi Xian is so stubborn, I can only kill recklessly and destroy this fake celestial court. Dong Huangtai waved his hand. His majestic voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also at this moment that war drums rumbled in all directions. The ancient demon court was shouting the name of the celestial emperor. No. Suddenly, an anxious voice was heard. Shen Gongbao suddenly stood up. His face was already pale, but he still bowed to Dong Huangtai and said, "Celestial Emperor, please understand. How can the celestial court compare to the ancient demon court? Why don't you let Yi Xian live? This will show the benevolence and love of the two celestial emperors." Chapter 756. What a joke! All the land under the heavens belongs to the emperor. There can only be one celestial court. Yi Xian stubbornly defends the celestial court. Only death awaits him. The South Pole Immortal roared. This little girl doesn't have the qualifications to speak, but the heavenly court has 4 quasi-saints overseeing it. Moreover, that Yi Xian is my senior sister's husband. This can be considered to be inextricably linked to my demon race. I hope that the two heavenly emperors won't lightly start a dispute. It would be better to let the heavenly court remain. I believe that it won't be able to cause any trouble. Snow Phoenix Song softly said. Xuefengge was Niuwa's disciple. Her words carried a lot of weight. Even the two celestial emperors frowned. Clearly, Xuefengge was pleading for Yi Xian. Fengge, this is a dispute between the 3 realms. You can't say anything. Niuwa frowned. She didn't expect her disciple to say something like this. However, she didn't blame her too much. After all, Niuwa thought that her disciple was kind. Although she had never met the Empyrean fairy, she had always talked about her senior sister. Her words were out of consideration for the Empyrean fairy. Disciple is just worried that if a war breaks out, my senior sister will be in a difficult position. Master, please don't be angry. Xuefengge said, feeling wronged. However, no one noticed that a heavy look flashed across Xuefengge's eyes. Fengge, don't worry. The Empyrean fairy is the Empress disciple. Our ancient demon court will definitely not hurt her. However, this war concerns the prestige of our ancient demon court. The celestial court must be eliminated. That Yi Xian must die as well. We can only let the Empyrean fairy down. Di Jun said coldly. Master. Xuefengge's expression changed slightly as she bowed towards Niuwa. She knew that if she wanted to stop this battle, only Niuwa would be able to stop this tragedy from happening. Fengge, the 3 realms have been in conflict for a long time. The ancient demon court has received the will of the world to pacify the chaos in the 3 realms. Even though the Empyrean fairy is my disciple, she cannot have any emotions mixed in. Don't say anything else. Niuwa said coldly. Obviously, this battle was within her expectations, and she had tacitly agreed to it. Disciple obeys. Xuefengge forced a smile, but her heart was already trembling. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes, but she quickly hid it. Raise the demon flag, beat the war drums, and destroy the celestial court with me. Emperor Jun's voice exploded in the area. At this moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Rumble. The sky shook and the void was destroyed. The vast and boundless ancient demon court glowed and started to move towards the 33rd celestial court. The demonic light that covered the sky covered the entire ancient demon court, and an extremely terrifying murderous aura spread for millions of miles. Something big is going to happen. Lan Yi clenched his fists and said in a gloomy voice. Yi Xian, how dare you plot against me? I want to see how you will die in the hands of the Donghuang Tai. The Emperor of Fengdu roared ferociously. Only he knew how much he hated Yi Xian. Heaven Emperor, you must escape. Shen Gongbao trembled and murmured. His face was extremely pale. Yi Xian, you son of a bitch. You almost destroyed my Chanism in the past. Today, I want everyone in the celestial court to die. I want to burn your bones and scatter your ashes. The old man of the South Pole roared. Yi Xian, I want to see how you feel when the ancient celestial court tramples you under its feet. Duo Bao Rulai looked benevolent, but he hated Yi Xian to the core. He had never forgotten the scene when Yi Xian trampled him under his feet. Today, the ancient demon court wanted to destroy Yi Xian. This was exactly what he wanted. The world shook and all living things were terrified. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. This was also a sign that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was about to begin. All living things might suffer unimaginable suffering. Rumble. The ancient demon court was vast and boundless. It was millions of miles in size, but it was moving towards the celestial court at an extremely fast speed. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky. The dazzling flames illuminated the three realms. The 33rd celestial court, the celestial court's jade pool. Immortal clouds surged and mist rose. White jade tables were placed in the jade pool. The members of the celestial court sat cross-legged on them. However, everyone's expressions were extremely solemn. There was also a faint killing intent blooming from their bodies. Clang! A strand of zither music floated in the void. The zither music was like water that flowed endlessly. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, but as the zither music became more and more urgent, a bloody and murderous aura silently spread out. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His grayish-white hair fell behind his head. The 3-foot-long halberd was stabbed into the ground beside him. The wind blew, causing his hair to flutter wildly. A 9-string zither that looked like it was made of rotten wood. The 9 strings were sparkling and resplendent. They were dancing between Yi Xian's fingers. The bloody and murderous zither music also came from there. Report. Qianlian walked in quickly. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. His voice trembled as he said, reporting to the Celestial Emperor, the 2 Celestial Emperors of the demon race are leading the ancient demon court to attack us. I'm afraid they will reach the southern heavenly gate in less than half a day. Clang! The zither music stopped and the murderous aura dissipated. Yi Xian's eyes were lowered. There was no change in his expression. It was as if he was not afraid of the ancient demon court's army. You may leave, Yi Xian said softly. But Celestial Emperor, the ancient demon court, leave. Without waiting for Qianlian to finish his words, Kong Xian shouted coldly. Qianlian immediately kept quiet out of fear. He quickly bowed and left the jade pool. I wonder if everyone is ready for this battle. Yi Xian's expression was calm. He gently stroked the zither strings and an ear-piercing sound came. At this moment, he looked up at the members of the celestial court. Ha! Kunpeng laughed loudly and said, I, Kunpeng, would like to see if the cultivation of the 2 demon emperors has improved after so many years. The 5-colored divine light can kill everything. I would also like to see if the Eastern Emperor Bell of Donghuang Tai is safe under my five-colored divine light, Kong Xian said coldly. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. Although I don't like to fight, I can't just stick out my head and let them kill me when they come to bully us, right? Taishan Laojun said while stroking his horsetail whisk. What ancient demon court? Today, I will make sure they can't leave. The sky-swallowing toad buzzed. Its bloody mouth cracked open, and its eyes were extremely fierce. At this moment, the members of the celestial court spoke up. An extremely terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky. Obviously, they were already prepared to fight to the death with the ancient demon court. Alright, then I shall see how capable Donghuang Tai and Dijun are. A roar that could shatter mountains and rivers sounded from Yi Xian's mouth. It made the heavens and earth tremble violently. The heaven-destroying halberd beside him exploded with an ancient ferocious aura. An unimaginable murderous aura erupted from Yi Xian's body. Chapter 757. After crossing 10,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire, there was the 33rd Celestial Court. This was also a passage that separated the two worlds. However, a huge palm print that covered the sky suddenly slammed down, and the 10,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire were annihilated without a trace. The 33rd Celestial Court also completely appeared in the sky. Rumble. How huge was the ancient demon court? How terrifying was it? The primordial demon clan was as vast and boundless as the heavens. The roars of billions of demons shook the heavens and the earth. The primordial demon court had finally descended. In the sky, the clouds dispersed. The two celestial courts faced each other across the sky. The demonic light of the ancient demon court soared into the sky, and the immortal light of the 33rd celestial court surged. However, the extremely suppressed murderous intent gradually rose. Bang! The 9 heavens' demonic thunder suddenly descended, and the 100,000 feet southern heavenly gate was blasted into pieces. The golden plaque was torn into pieces, and the wild laughter of demons could be heard. Yi Xian, you little brat, get out here and die. A great demon was in the sky, and his cruel voice echoed between heaven and earth. In the center of the ancient demon court, the two celestial emperors stood with their hands behind their backs. They were looking into the depths of the celestial court. When they opened and closed their eyes, it was as if everything in the world was about to be destroyed in their eyes. Chi! The black border was boundless, and the sky was shattered. A halberd that was like a star that could destroy the world suddenly fell toward the ancient demon court with boundless hostility. With a loud explosion, the halberd stabbed into the plaque of the ancient demon court. Rumble. The 9 heavens war drum was beating, and the golden clouds were rising. The 33rd celestial court rumbled and shook. The clouds that covered the celestial court quickly dissipated. Yi Xian, dressed in black, stepped on the sky, and millions of heavenly soldiers rose behind him. Yi Xian, if I were you, I would have left long ago. You are really ignorant. Emperor Jun sneered. The demonic clouds that covered the sky rose. He stood side by side with Donghuang Tai. The two of them rose into the sky at the same time, followed by thousands of ancient demons. They stood in the void of the firmament and looked indifferently at Yi Xian. At this moment, the various forces were all watching intently. The various quasi-sages were secretly shaking their heads. Only Queen Yuhua had an indifferent expression as she calmly watched Yi Xian. Billions of demons covered the sky and covered the earth. The ancient demon court pressed down, and the entire world was filled with demons. There were more than 1 billion of them, and the celestial court only had a few million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. In front of the ancient demon court, they were as laughable as helpless children. Besieged on all sides, Yi Xian had no chance of survival in anyone's eyes. Don't forget that apart from the endless billions of demons, the ancient demonic court far surpassed the celestial court in both Daluo Jingxian and the number of quasi-saints. Moreover, the two demon-race celestial emperors were above. Just the two of them were extremely terrifying. They were definitely not people that Yi Xian and the others could resist. Today, Yi Xian's only fate was death. Ha! A gust of wind blew across the world. Yi Xian was smiling. Under countless astonished gazes, he strolled toward the two celestial emperors. This also caused the angry roars of the demons to immediately stop. What a grand display, what great power! It seems that the ancient demon court does live up to its reputation. Yi Xian strolled across the sky without any ripples. There was no fear on his face. He only stopped when he was 30 feet away from the two celestial emperors. Yi Xian. Dong Huangtai. When Yi Xian and Dong Huangtai's eyes met, they both said each other's names. An invisible aura also intertwined at this moment. Bang! The void collapsed and lightning flashed. Just the collision of their auras caused the world to become unstable. It also allowed them to understand each other's cultivation level. Not bad, you are indeed very strong. Dong Huangtai nodded slowly. Dong Huangtai, you really live up to your reputation, Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian, I don't want to talk nonsense. Today, as long as you submit to me, you will be the third celestial emperor of the ancient demon court. Dong Huangtai directly offered a huge price. As Dong Huangtai's words fell, the expressions of all the forces changed greatly. Emperor Jun looked at Dong Huangtai in surprise and said, "Brother, you." It was no wonder that Di Jun was like this. One had to know that the outcome of the discussion between the two of them was to destroy the heavenly court. Yi Xian had to die as well, but why did the Eastern Emperor change his mind at the last moment? Second brother, no need to say more. I have my own decision. Without waiting for Di Jun to continue, Dong Huangtai interrupted him. Then, he calmly looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, this emperor rarely admires people. You're one of them. You should know that only by submitting to me will you be able to survive today and avoid this calamity. Before meeting Yi Xian, Dong Huangtai had indeed planned to kill Yi Xian. However, when he saw Yi Xian, he found that his cultivation level was not inferior to his. Dong Huangtai naturally wanted to subdue such a person. Dong Huangtai was able to become the ruler of the demon race not because of his cultivation, but because of his ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the ruler of the demon race. If he could subdue the celestial court without bloodshed, it would be a good thing for him and the ancient demon court. This was also why Dong Huangtai suddenly changed his mind. Submit to you. Yi Xian walked in the sky as if he was strolling leisurely. His footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked at Dong Huangtai with a sharp expression in his eyes. Are you crazy, or am I, Yi Xian, crazy? Do you think you have the qualifications? Yi Xian lightly smiled. His snow-white teeth were exposed, but it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. You are courting death. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes and 108 halos appeared behind him. The heaven and earth were extremely distorted, as if he would attack Yi Xian in the next moment. Why do you two talk so much nonsense? Do you have the ability to destroy the celestial court? Come, let me see how powerful you two are. If you don't destroy the heaven and earth today, it won't be so easy to trample me, Yi Xian, under your feet. Rumble. The 3-meter-long halberd flew into the sky and fell into Yi Xian's hands. The fierce evil spirit shattered the heaven and earth. Yi Xian pointed the halberd at the two demon emperors, showing no fear at all. Do you think you are qualified to fight with my brother? I will send you to hell. Emperor Jun's roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Tongtian demon light soared into the sky and rushed toward Yi Xian. The demon light that shook the heaven and earth rose and the demon art gathered. Then, it slammed toward Yi Xian. Kill. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi retreated tens of thousands of miles. He naturally disdained to join forces with Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, he caused the billions of demons to let out heaven-shaking roars. This also caused the billions of demons to attack the heavenly court with killing intent. Kill. The Empyrean fairy sat in the center of the celestial court. The ninth heaven war drum was beating. Millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals rushed toward the demons. All kinds of immortal spell formations were also activated. Chapter 758. Little brat Di Jun, die. Yi Xian struck out with his halberd, shattering thousands of miles of clouds. His physical body was unparalleled and his abhijna was impressive. He instantly clashed with Di Jun. At the same time, the ancient demons attacked. They gathered their demonic arts and released the nine heavens' demonic thunder, directly attacking Daoyuo Jingxian of the celestial court. Five-colored divine light. Kong Xian roared, and the five-colored divine light covered the sky. This was his innate abhijna, which could wipe out all the spiritual treasures in the world. As the five-colored divine light fell, billions of demons lost control of their weapons and turned back to attack him. Rain fall. Frost fall. Count Feng and Count Yu attacked at the same time. They were both demi-saints. Although they were no match for Kong Xian, they were both ancient demons. At this moment, they joined forces to fight against Kong Xian. Demon Master, back off. We don't want to fight you. The 8 ancient demons were all grand heavenly immortals in the past, but now they were all demi-saints. They had also received favors from Kunpeng. At this moment, the 8 of them surrounded Kunpeng in a formation. However, they did not attack him. Obviously, they were very wary of the former demon master. In the past, you all respectfully called me demon master. Today, we have different standpoints. Let me see how much you 8 have improved after so many years. Kunpeng smiled coldly. Black and white demonic light shot up to the sky. A pair of Kunpeng fists penetrated the ground, directly attacking the 8 ancient demon kings. Demon Master, sorry for the offense. The 8 ancient demon kings were not ordinary people. They finally clashed with Kunpeng. I am Taisheng. Who shall I fight? Taisheng Laojun said casually. He waved his horsetail whisk as if he was waving the heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers were turned into blood mist. Although he did not seem to be affected by killing, his ruthlessness was shocking. Kill. Dozens of ancient demons stepped on the sky. Each of them was in the early demi-saint stage. They instantly surrounded Taisheng Laojun. The sky exploded, and various demonic arts attacked Taisheng Laojun. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were all shattered. The 33 layers of the celestial court began to collapse inch by inch. The floating clouds were annihilated one after another, and countless heavenly soldiers and generals were bleeding in the sky. Too weak. Too weak. Besieged by more than 1 billion demons, the celestial court only had a few million heavenly soldiers. How could they resist such an endless slaughter? Blood splattered across the sky as weapons clashed. Deafening roars could be heard, but heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals continued to fall. There were even demons who were beheaded as they fell toward the earth immortal realm. This was a massacre between heaven and earth. This was a calamity between heaven and earth. This was merely the beginning. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Puchi. A heavenly general slashed out with his saber and thousands of demons were cut into 2. However, he was also drowned by endless demonic light. He exploded into a bloody mist that scattered into the sky. Go to hell. A great demon soared across the sky and swung down with his axe. Thousands of miles of demonic light poured out and killed 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Countless lesser demons were laughing wildly as they devoured the severed limbs of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Damn it! Lao Tzu is going to devour all of you. The sky-devouring toad had already reached the peak of grand heavenly realm. He transformed into his true form, which was 100,000 miles long. At this moment, he was releasing an unparalleled ferocious aura. He opened his bloody mouth and devoured hundreds of thousands of demons. Crack! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and shrill screams could be heard. The sky-devouring toad was too ferocious. Dozens of demon kings imitated him and transformed into their true forms to fight the endless demons. The heavens were shattered, and the earth was falling. This was an unprecedented war. Although it could not be compared to the great Shaman Demon War, the intensity of the slaughter was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Kill! Yi Xian blasted Di Jun back with his halberd. When he turned around to look at the heaven and earth battlefield, his eyes instantly turned blood-red. It was only because the heavenly court's army was retreating step by step, and it was unknown how many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were spilling blood in the sky. He wasn't a match for them at all. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the heavenly court would be able to hold on for a moment, but in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the heavenly court had lost at least a third of its troops. All of you, die! Yi Xian roared ferociously. Tong Tian murderous intent rose in his heart. He struck out with his heaven-destroying halberd. The heaven-destroying halberd expanded to 100,000 miles long and stood between heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven-destroying halberd was like a cloud in the sky, releasing a killing light. Streaks of blood-red lightning bloomed on the heaven-destroying halberd. Then, thousands of blood-red lightning bolts rained down on the billions of demons. Crack! The blood-red lightning bolts streaked across the sky. Under the heaven-destroying halberd's murderous aura, countless demons died under the heaven-destroying halberd. This also allowed the celestial court, which was losing ground, to breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Xian, you are courting death. Rumble! Di Jun returned. 108 halos rotated violently, forming a demon picture of heaven and earth that soared into the sky. It directly sealed the heavens and earth, blocking the blood-red lightning bolts from Yi Xian's heaven-destroying halberd. Audiobook. In the distance, Dong Huang Tai frowned. He had been observing the heaven-destroying halberd and felt a sense of threat. Now that the heaven-destroying halberd was showing its power, he also took out one of his most precious treasures to resist the heaven-destroying halberd's murderous aura. Buzz! Audiobook covered the heavens and the earth. The immortal demon light was extremely bright. Not only did it resist the blood-red lightning bolts from the heaven-destroying halberd, it also shot down thousands of starlight towards the celestial court. Obviously, it wanted to destroy the 33rd layer of the celestial court in one fell swoop. Clang! A fist radiance broke through the ancient and modern world, shattering the heavens and earth. In an instant, the Audiobook was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's earth-shattering roar was heard. Transcendence World. Rumble! Yi Xian's body expanded violently, turning into a giant of heaven and earth. He slammed his palm towards Dong Huang Tai. The giant palm that covered the sky crushed the mountains and rivers, releasing a ferocious aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Resistance is futile. Dong Huang Tai frowned. He slammed his palm forward and the demon light of heaven and earth burst out, directly blocking Yi Xian's attack. However, millions of demons were also turned into blood mist by Yi Xian's attack. Demon World. Di Jun roared again and again. When he saw Yi Xian attack the Eastern Emperor, he directly transformed into a giant that could support the heavens. He even raised his hand and extended it towards the starry sky. Stars that were millions of kilometers in size crashed down one after another. Go to hell. shattering the mountains and rivers and destroying everything. Di Jun finally showed his terrifying strength. More than 10 stars fell towards Yi Xian. The scene was unimaginable. Bang! 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 Yi Xian went completely insane. His fists were like primordial divine mountains as he violently smashed dozens of stars into pieces. He even charged towards Di Jun Bang. With a punch, the mountains and rivers were annihilated. Di Jun's expression changed greatly. He didn't have the time to use his demonic arts and could only use his arms to block. However, facing Yi Xian's terrifying physical body, he wasn't Yi Xian's match at all. His entire body was blasted flying, and his towering body smashed towards the Earth Immortal realm. Chapter 759. Second Brother. Dong Huang Tai's expression changed greatly. At this moment, Yi Xian did not pursue Di Jun because the celestial court had been severely damaged. If he continued to pursue Di Jun, it would only hasten the destruction of the celestial court. Galaxy Technique. Yi Xian roared into the sky. He was sublimating to the extreme and using the Immortal technique, which was a forbidden technique in the Immortal Sutra. Only sage-to-be could cultivate it. Something terrible happened. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The luminous starry sky was disappearing and the sea of stars was churning violently. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands and waved the Qian Kun heaven and earth. Streaks of exploding starlight bloomed around him. A wisp of chaotic fog connected to the luminous starry sky and caused the sea of stars to pour down. Heaven and earth turned upside down, Qian Kun buried and destroyed. The sky broke open. Splash! 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 A river of stars fell from the sky. The surging starlight was vast and boundless. The sound of waves could be heard for billions of miles, as if the whole world was going to be drowned. Rumble. The 9 heavens starry ocean poured down. In the endless starry light that killed millions of lives, billions of demons lost their flesh and blood. They let out shrill screams as they suffered a disaster that they had never experienced before. Ah! Demon Emperor, save me! What kind of technique is this? Miserable howls rang out in all directions. Countless demon clan members turned into white bones and fell from the sky, proving how terrifying Yi Xian's forbidden technique was. Heaven and earth fell silent and everything died. Yi Xian's towering body returned to its normal size. The million-mile heaven-destroying halberd also returned to its normal size and was held in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, the members of the celestial court immediately gathered behind Yi Xian. The 3 sage-to-be also escaped from the battlefield and stood behind Yi Xian. The 33 layers of the celestial court were also damaged, but Yi Xian protected them behind him. Yi Xian. With a rumble, a ray of divine sunlight rolled over. Emperor Jun's mouth was stained with blood and his arms were badly mutilated, but he came back again and stood beside Dong Huang Tai. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely brutal expression. You have successfully infuriated me. Tap, tap, tap. The Eastern Emperor Tai stepped into the sky. Billions of demons had died miserably in the sky. As the master of the demon race, how could he endure it? The little bit of admiration he had for Yi Xian had completely vanished at this moment. All of you, back off. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ordered the celestial court to return to defend the celestial court. He also walked towards Dong Huang Tai. A battle between the celestial emperors was unavoidable. Above the firmament, in the void, the 2 sky emperors faced each other across space. For a moment, the world froze, and everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 sky emperors. Yi Xian, I have to admit that I have indeed underestimated you. Dong Huang Tai said in a gloomy voice. A bronze bell appeared quietly beside him, and the chaotic aura spread out, giving people a feeling that it was as heavy as the sky. The Bell of Chaos, a primordial treasure, was Dong Huang Tai's companion artifact. It had the function of invulnerability, which made Dong Huang Tai invincible. When the Bell of Chaos appeared, the 8 forces narrowed their eyes and their primordial spirits trembled. This was because the Bell of Chaos had resounded throughout the untainted land. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery in antiquity times had suffered a great loss from it. Everyone present knew that when Dong Huang Tai took out the Bell of Chaos, it proved that he was serious. His enemies could only be suppressed between heaven and earth. There had never been an exception. Do you think that you can stop the destruction of the celestial court by using a great skill to destroy billions of demons? Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai laughed. However, his laughter was extremely cruel and contained endless killing intent. It was also at this moment that something happened that made Yi Xian feel extremely heavy. Rumble. The demon flag of Tongtian was raised, and the roars of demons were heard. From hundreds of millions of miles away, countless demons were besieging the celestial court. It was impossible to see how many demons there were. Yi Xian, you are really stupid. Come and see how many demons there are in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Our ancient demon court is the orthodox sect of heaven and earth. We have already won the loyalty of hundreds of millions of demons. Even with your strength alone, can you kill all of them? Dong Huang Tai sneered. Dong Huang Tai had indeed underestimated Yi Xian and the celestial court. However, this did not move him at all. Because the ancient demon court had already formed and hundreds of millions of demons were loyal to it. Even if he did not take action, the hundreds of millions of demons could destroy the celestial court. This was the reason why he had invited Saint Nuwa. The demons were roaring, and the sounds of killing were shaking the sky. This was a dead end, a dead end. The battle just now was just an appetizer. Only now did Yi Xian understand that the foundation of the ancient demon court was not something the celestial court could compare to. Dong Huang, do you think you can defeat me? Suddenly, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and the heavy look on his face disappeared. He looked at Dong Huang Tai with a teasing look. Looking at Yi Xian's calm appearance, Dong Huang Tai's expression changed slightly. He did not know what Yi Xian was playing at. Sticks, are you still not coming out? Suddenly, Yi Xian turned around and looked towards the depths of the heavenly court. His cold voice reverberated in all directions, causing the various powers to fall into a deathly silence. His eyes suddenly became filled with terror. Ha! Unbridled and wild laughter was heard. Tongtian blood light bloomed in the depths of the celestial court. The Styx Patriarch walked out of the Tongtian blood light. The Styx Patriarch. Whoosh! When Landya saw the Styx Patriarch appear, he immediately cried out in shock. The guests all stood up with a bang, and everyone's face was extremely shocked. The Styx Patriarch was at the peak of the sage-to-be. He was also known as the Blood Sea, and the Styx Patriarch would never die. Not only was he a terrifying figure among the sage-to-be, but he was also the Patriarch of the Nether Blood Sea. He also founded the Azura clan in the early years of the Eldritch era. Whether it was his cultivation or his foundation, it was simply unimaginable. Open. The Yuan Tu sword and Avicii sword were surrounded by blood. Their murderous aura was abundant, and endless blood covered the world. A vortex thousands of miles long formed in the sky, and the cries of ghosts and howls of gods came from the blood vortex. Boys, it's time to come out. The Styx Patriarch roared viciously. Then, something extremely terrifying happened. Kakik. Gods and ghosts were shocked, and the cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. The blood vortex thousands of miles long spun wildly, and countless blood-colored figures were walking out of the vortex, whoosh. The blood sea overturned the sky, and the Azuras appeared. The Azura clan was not human, ghost, or demon. They were founded by the Styx patriarch, and they lived forever in the Nether Blood Sea. Now that they appeared in the world, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Azura clan of the Nether Blood Sea was an orthodoxy that no one dared to provoke. It was also a clan. Although it was not comparable to the shaman and demon clans, it was an extremely terrifying force in the world. Chapter 760. Oh, a saint. Suddenly, Yi Xian looked up at Nuwa. When their eyes met, an invisible karma was formed. Nuwa was slightly stunned, and then she realized that if Yi Xian didn't die today, he would definitely hold a grudge against her. Yi Xian is so bold. How dare he be so rude to the Empress? What do you know? Look at the situation now. Yi Xian has been forced into a desperate situation, and the Donghuang Tai has the support of the Nuwa. How can Yi Xian not hold a grudge against the saint? He's courting death. Even if he's dissatisfied with the saint, he can't show it. If he angers the Empress, she can take his life in an instant. In such a desperate situation, Yi Xian will definitely die. He's only venting his anger before he dies. This is reasonable. The various forces discussed in low voices. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with complicated expressions. In their hearts, Yi Xian would definitely die today. There was no way he could survive. Not to mention that the ancient demon court had the upper hand, Yi Xian was no match for the Donghuang Tai alone. This was because the Donghuang Tai was known to be invulnerable. No sage-to-be had ever defeated him. Wasn't the Nether River Patriarch terrifying? It was said that the Nether River Patriarch would never die as long as the Blood Sea did not wither. However, even someone like the Nether River Patriarch was extremely wary of the Donghuang Tai. This was because the Bell of Chaos in the Donghuang Tai's hand was a chaos divine weapon. It could even kill the Nether River Patriarch. The Bell of Chaos was an innate treasure that could attack and defend. It was an extremely terrifying weapon. The Donghuang Tai had once relied on this treasure to fight the 6 ancestral shamans alone without being defeated. From this, one could see how terrifying the Donghuang Tai was. Yi Xian, in my opinion, you are a talent. If you had submitted to me, you might have had a chance to live. Unfortunately, you are so stubborn that I can only kill you here. Donghuang Tai said calmly. He seemed to be talking about a very casual matter, but it also sounded like he was giving pointers. This was because when he took out the Bell of Chaos, it also meant that Yi Xian was dead for sure. There was no possibility of him surviving. If I were you, I wouldn't talk so much nonsense. Clang! Yi Xian held his halberd in the sky. The heaven-destroying halberd radiated an ancient ferocious qi, shattering the boundless sky. He pointed it at Donghuang Tai. A cruel and savage smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Come, let this emperor see how powerful this so-called Bell of Chaos is. Send you on your way. Donghuang Tai's expression was cold. Facing Yi Xian's mockery, he was not moved at all. This was because Yi Xian was already a dead man in his eyes. Split open the heavens. Dong! The bell of primal chaos rang out, causing the heavens and the earth to turn upside down. That wisp of dazzling golden light illuminated the vast sky, and that wisp of primal chaos divine light suppressed everything. The bell of primal chaos suddenly expanded to a size of 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was like a primordial divine mountain that was suppressing Yi Xian. Break open the heavens. Rumble. The darkness was boundless and covered the sky. The heaven-destroying halberd buzzed violently. Divine runes of chaos appeared on the cold, pitch-black halberd. The darkness bloomed on the tip of the halberd and expanded amidst the wild wind. It then blasted towards the bell of chaos. Bang! Heaven and earth were destroyed and all things were destroyed. When the two divine weapons clashed in the sky, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Kacha! The void of the world collapsed inch by inch, and spatial cracks appeared. The boundless firmament was torn open, and the meteors in the luminous starry sky fell towards the lower world. Chi! Chi! Retreat! Emperor Jun's expression changed slightly. He had not expected the two to create such a terrifying scene. He led the entire ancient demon court to escape into the distance. The celestial court did the same. Under the protection of the four sage-to-be, they forcibly moved the 33 layers of celestial court out of this world. Obviously, the battle between the two celestial emperors was so powerful that the two celestial court would be affected. If they continued to stay here, the sage-to-be would be fine. However, those below the sage-to-be would suffer unimaginable disaster. Bang! 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 Dozens of luminous stars fell from the sky, and each of them was 1,000,000 miles in size. The fiery light that whistled through the sky vaporized the clouds and fell into the earth immortal realm. Rumble! The first to suffer was the Dongxing divine land. Dozens of luminous stars fell into the earth immortal realm. The land within hundreds of millions of miles was instantly shattered and sunk. Thousands of miles of mountains were turned into ashes. Thousands of rivers were evaporated. Tens of millions of miles of vast land were scorched. Dozens of mortal kingdoms were also turned into ashes. Ah! What is this? I don't want to die. The heavens and earth were mourning, and billions of living beings were crying. There were immortal cultivator sects in these mortal kingdoms, but most of them were mortals. In the face of this calamity, they didn't even have the chance to escape. One by one, they died in despair. Mountains and rivers were collapsing, and all living things were being buried. The so-called mortals were facing a world-ending calamity. They didn't know what was happening, but the two quasi-saints were facing each other in the sky. Chi! Chi! Luminous stars streaked past the two celestial emperors and fell toward the earth god realm with destructive power. Endless smoke bloomed between heaven and earth, but the two celestial emperors' expressions did not change as they glared fiercely at each other. Dong Huang, that's all there is to you. Yi Xian stood proudly in the sky. His disdainful voice reverberated for hundreds of millions of kilometers. His entire body radiated Tongtian chaotic divine light. It was so terrifying that no one could look directly at him. Halberd, come. Yi Xian stretched out his finger and grabbed the heavenly execution halberd into his hand. At this moment, his entire body had merged with the heavenly execution halberd, and an ancient ferocious aura violently blossomed. Bell of Chaos. Dong Huang Tai's expression was cold. The bell of chaos shot back from the sky and floated in front of him again. However, the way he looked at Yi Xian now was somewhat serious. The previous attack was a test between the two of them. It was also because of this attack that Dong Huang Tai finally treated Yi Xian as a real opponent. This was because the halberd in his hand was too ferocious, and it was not inferior to his bell of chaos. I didn't expect you to also have a chaotic divine weapon. Could it be that you are also born from chaos? Dong Huang Tai said coldly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Die! Yi Xian roared cruelly. He took a step forward, and the void under his feet shattered instantly. The halberd in his hand exploded thousands of miles away as he charged toward Dong Huang Tai violently. You are courting death. Dong Huang Tai did not retreat. His originally indifferent expression instantly turned ferocious. He held the bell of chaos in his hand and charged toward Yi Xian. His combat strength was raised to the extreme, and he directly engaged in battle with Yi Xian. Great Demonic Fist. The fist radiance shook heaven and earth, and the demonic light illuminated the past and present. Yi Xian formed a fist with his left hand and punched toward the bell of chaos violently. Following an earth-shattering sound, the bell of chaos was sent flying by Yi Xian, and Dong Huang Tai staggered. Chapter 761. Dong Huangtai was too careless. He was so careless that he forgot about Di Jun's warning. Di Jun had personally told him that Yi Xian's physical body was comparable to the ancestral shaman's, and even surpassed it. If he really fought with this person, he absolutely couldn't fight with his physical body. At this moment, Dong Huangtai came to his senses. However, it was too late because Yi Xian was attacking him violently with the heaven punishment halberd in his right hand. At this critical moment, Dong Huangtai broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen the power of the heaven punishment halberd. At this moment, the bell of chaos flew backward and there was no time for him to defend himself. If Yi Xian were to attack him, he would be seriously injured. Demon's tactics. Dong Huangtai was calm in the face of danger. He suddenly pinched the Tongtian demon tactics with both hands. His whole body turned into tens of thousands of phantoms and disappeared on the spot. As a result, Yi Xian's attack missed. You've been fooled. Just as Dong Huangtai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he'd dodged Yi Xian's terrifying attack, a sinister and vicious voice sounded in his ears, causing Dong Huangtai's eyes to instantly widen as he abruptly looked in Yi Xian's direction. However, in the next moment, Dong Huangtai's expression changed greatly. Yi Xian, who had just attacked him, was dissipating. Only the ferocious heaven punishment halberd was floating in the void. Obviously, this was just Yi Xian's camouflage. It was not his body at all. Go to hell. Suddenly, a sinister and vicious voice sounded out from above Dong Huangtai's head. This also caused him to look up in shock. However, he saw Yi Xian's 10 fingers intertwined together as he violently smashed towards his head. Bang! Yi Xian's hands were like heaven-shaking hammers, violently smashing on Dong Huangtai's head. At this moment, an extremely terrible thing happened. Puff! Dong Huangtai's head exploded in an instant. He fell down directly. In the face of Yi Xian's ferocious attack, he could not escape. Brother! Celestial Emperor! Thousands of ancient demons roared in horror. Emperor Jun's expression changed greatly and he was about to stop Yi Xian. However, before Emperor Jun could do anything, Dong Huangtai's headless body was filled with demon fog. In the blink of an eye, his head grew out again. Primal chaos regeneration. Suddenly, a shocked roar came from the ancient demon court. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly stood up and looked at Dong Huangtai with an extremely shocked expression. Lan Ya's expression changed slightly. He looked at Dong Huangtai in surprise and asked, "Impossible. The primal chaos rebirth technique is only a legend. Even the 6 saints can't cultivate it. How did Dong Huangtai manage to cultivate it?" The conversation between the two surprised all the forces. They focused their attention on Zhen Yuanzi. Obviously, they did not know what kind of technique the primal chaos regeneration technique was. Zhen Yuanzi slowly shook his head and sighed, yes, Dong Huangtai did not cultivate the primal chaos regeneration technique. However, Landia, don't forget that the Bell of Chaos is invulnerable. It is also connected to Dong Huangtai's bloodline. If I'm not wrong, he has already condensed the origin of the Bell of Chaos. Otherwise, Yi Xian's attack would have been enough to kill his body and he would not have been able to regenerate his head. Bell of Chaos? Landia nodded slowly. The doubt in his eyes disappeared. He said, "You are right. The Bell of Chaos is invulnerable. If Dong Huangtai has condensed the origin, he can indeed regenerate himself. However, his alternative method of regeneration will probably damage his Great Tao Foundation." You are wrong. If I'm not wrong, Dong Huangtai has once refined the blood of the ancestral phoenix. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to regenerate his head so quickly. As the ancestor of earthly immortals, Zhen Yuanzi was too knowledgeable. He directly revealed a shocking secret, which made everyone look at Dong Huangtai. "Zhen Yuanzi, don't talk nonsense." Suddenly, Emperor Jun's expression changed greatly. He looked coldly at Jin Yuanzi. There was a great threat in his eyes because only he knew that the disappearance of the ancestral phoenix during the Great Tribulation of Dragon Han was actually a sneak attack by him and Dong Huangtai. They refined the blood of the ancestral phoenix together and became the two celestial emperors of the demon clan. This was their secret. Otherwise, why would Emperor Jun, who was merely an ancient golden crow, be called a peerless figure of the demon clan and be able to cultivate all the divine skills of the demon clan? This was all thanks to the blood of the ancestral phoenix. Dong Huangtai had obtained the method of regeneration of the ancestral phoenix. Although it was impossible to reproduce the terrifying nirvana of the ancestral phoenix in the past, it was easy for him to recover his injured body. The various forces were all shrewd. They could roughly infer from Jin Yuanzi's words that the ancestral phoenix must have been killed by the two demon emperors. However, although they knew this shocking secret, no one dared to say anything. Yi Xian. Just as the hearts of the various forces trembled, they saw the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi step into the sky. His entire body was covered in golden flames, and the faint sound of a phoenix cry could be heard. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with a tyrannical expression that had never been seen before. Ancestral Phoenix Divine Fire. Yi Xian was also very knowledgeable. He could see through Dong Huangtai with just a glance. This made his eyes turn cold. Dong Huangtai was indeed a difficult person to deal with. At least you are knowledgeable. Dong Huangtai strode across the sky, and every step he took caused the world to tremble. The ancestral phoenix divine fire covered the sky, and the bell of primal chaos hung above his head, pouring down boundless golden light to protect him. Invulnerable. Invulnerable. Dong Huangtai finally displayed his strongest combat strength. At this moment, with the bell of primal chaos protecting him, he was invincible no matter how terrifying the attacks were. This was what made him truly terrifying. Rumble. Dong Huangtai extended his arms, and the heaven and earth within a radius of millions and millions of miles rumbled and seethed. Millions and millions of beams of demonic light bloomed around him, covering up the entire area. Yi Xian, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. However, you are still not my match. Today, let me send you on your way. Buzz. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The sun and moon shifted. Dong Huangtai stretched out his palm. The mountains and rivers within millions of miles were in turmoil. The laws of heaven and earth went berserk. Chains of order were produced. All demonic arts, absolute beginning light. Kill. Dong Huangtai's sword finger slashed across millions of miles of the sky. The endless chains of order were entwined with demonic fog. They were formed by the laws of heaven and earth and contained his arts and Tao. This also meant that he was determined to kill Yi Xian. You still have a long way to go. Heavenly witchcraft. Yi Xian let out a ferocious roar. He formed a mysterious seal with both hands. Tong Tian witchcraft light soared into the sky. Streams of witchcraft light crisscrossed between heaven and earth. It even exploded the boundless sky, revealing terrifying spatial cracks. Divine art of the witchcraft race. How is this possible? Could Yi Xian be a member of the witchcraft race? Wow! In an instant, there was a huge uproar. The various forces screamed in horror. The ancient demons watched in horror. No one had expected Yi Xian to display the divine arts of the witchcraft race at this moment. This was simply unbelievable. It was as though they had fallen into a dream. Chapter 762. The various factions did not expect Patriarch Nether River to risk offending the ancient demon court and lead the Azura race to stand on Yi Xian's side. Nether River, you want to be my enemy? Dong Huangtai's expression was gloomy. He was naturally not afraid of Patriarch Nether River because their cultivation levels were similar. Furthermore, he had the Bell of Chaos. If they really fought, Nether River would definitely lose. However, the Azura race was endless. If they really started fighting, the ancient demon court would probably suffer considerable losses. This was definitely not an outcome he wanted to see. Donghuang Tai, Yi Xian and I are close friends. If you want to destroy the celestial court, how can I sit back and do nothing? Patriarch Nether River sneered, but there was a heavy look in his eyes. In the past 10,000 years, he had been constantly studying the primordial violet vapor, but he could not find the opportunity to become a sage. 10,000 years later, when the ancient demon court attacked, he had to fulfill his promise and help Yi Xian resist the ancient demon court. However, Patriarch Nether River also knew that if a war really broke out, his Azura race would be in danger of being destroyed. However, the primordial violet vapor was too important to him. He could only risk his life to stand on Yi Xian's side. When the heavens emitted killing intent, the stars would shift. When the earth emitted killing intent, dragons and snakes would rise. When humans emitted killing intent, the world would turn upside down. The world was boundless, and the universe was vast. The demons were boundless, and the Azura race covered the sky and earth. The two celestial court faced each other across space. An apocalyptic war was about to begin. At this point, there was no turning back. The two celestial court could only fight to the death. The winner would dominate the three realms, and the loser would vanish. The strong were kings, and the defeated were bandits. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. Kill. Donghuang Tai stood in the sky. With a wave of his hand, the endless demons' cries shook the sky. The vast and endless demons went completely crazy as they charged towards the celestial court. Children, kill these vile beasts for me. Nether River Patriarch roared. The billions of blood-red shadows laughed evilly as they charged fearlessly towards the endless army of Demon Clan. Die! Devour you! The Tomtian's earth-shaking battle cries could be heard. The demons were roaring, and the Azuras were howling. The few million remaining heavenly soldiers once again joined the battle. Bang! Billions of beams of demonic light exploded in the sky. Saber radiance and sword chi tore through the heavens and earth. There was even the blood radiance of the Azura clan that tore through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the battle between the heavens and earth entered a white-hot stage. Puff! Puff! Densely packed figures fell from the sky like a rain of corpses. These corpses were from the Demon Clan, the Azura clan, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had died tragically. Blood splattered across the sky and the world mourned. This was only the beginning and not the end. This was a boundless battlefield, a slaughterhouse. No one could walk out of this battlefield unscathed. The sky was pierced through and then restored. The void was collapsing and vanishing. All kinds of light that could destroy all things were blooming like world-ending fireworks. It was resplendent and bloody, and no one dared to look directly at it. Master, hurry up and do something. Only you can stop this calamity. In the ancient demon court, Xuefenga knelt in front of Nuwa and pleaded bitterly to Nuwa. However, Nuwa's eyes were slightly closed and she did not show any signs of wanting to do anything. This is a battle between the orthodoxies of the heavens and earth. A battle will eventually take place. Moreover, Tao ancestor Hongjun had issued a decree that the saints are not allowed to do anything. I can only let nature take its course. Nuwa finally opened her eyes and looked at Xuefenga. But do you really want to watch this calamity continue to develop? If this continues, I'm afraid the Earth Immortal realm will suffer unimaginable damage. Won't the billions of humans suffer an undeserved calamity? Xuefenga brought up the future of the human race in hopes that Nuwa would be kind enough to stop this catastrophe from happening. Now, the battle between the two celestial courts had reached its climax. However, they were only fighting in the heavens and did not spread to the Earth Immortal realm. If they continued fighting like this, the two celestial courts would go berserk and the Earth Immortal realm would definitely be affected. When that time comes, an extremely terrifying calamity would befall the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. Unfortunately, no matter how Xuefengge begged Nuwa, the saint did not say anything. She only looked at Yi Xian and Dong Huangtai calmly. Above the heavens, in the void, Dong Huangtai stood proudly with the bell of primal chaos in his hand. Yi Xian held the 3-meter-long halberd in his hand and looked at him from a distance. Both of their auras were rising rapidly. The heavens and earth around them were distorted to the extreme. An extremely terrifying killing intent surrounded the heavens and earth. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Dong Huang, let me see what you're capable of. At this moment, Yi Xian was incomparably calm. Only the buzzing of the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand could be heard. The cold and dazzling tip of the halberd was blooming with a wisp of dark mist, faintly stirring up the heavens and earth. What a joke! You think you're qualified to fight my brother? Let me fight you. Di Jun strode forward. 108 halos were like dazzling stars, illuminating him with boundless majesty. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with merciless killing intent. Di Jun, let me see what you're capable of. Nether River Ancestor sneered. With the Yuan Tu and Avicii swords by his side, Tongtian's bloody light stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. At this moment, he also walked slowly towards Di Jun, Daoist Nether River, step back. Second brother, step back. Suddenly, at the same time, Yi Xian and Dong Huangtai's voices were heard. This also startled Di Jun and Nether River. Then, they both stepped back, as if they had understood something. Obviously, the two celestial emperors were going to fight. If one of them was defeated, it would be a blow to the morale of the other party. This was what they both had in mind. Rumble. Thousands of ancient demons streaked across the sky and all stood behind Dong Huangtai. Obviously, they were supporting their celestial emperor. At this moment, more than 1,000 Daoyuo Jingxian of the celestial court also stood behind Yi Xian. There were also 4 sage-to-be supporting Yi Xian. This caused the heavens and earth to suddenly become deathly silent. Stop! Dong Huangtai said majestically. The demon flag of Tongtian was waving. The countless demon tribes who were fighting stopped one after another. This also caused the Azura tribe and the millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals to stop fighting. However, the bloody mist drifting in the heavens and earth was too thick. This ghastly scene could not be looked directly at. Sage, please bear witness. If I kill Yi Xian, this battle will be over. Dong Huangtai said in a deep voice. He held the bell of chaos in his hand and bowed to Nuwa first to show his attitude. Yes. Nuwa sat cross-legged in the void and gently nodded at this moment. However, no one noticed that a trace of seriousness flashed across Nuwa's eyes. She had never forgotten what had happened in Nuwa Palace. That mysterious figure had saved Yi Xian. Now that Dong Huangtai was going to suppress Yi Xian between heaven and earth, would that figure appear again? Chapter 763. Swoosh! Swoosh! Kill! Dong Huangtai's palms danced, and the chains of order shot toward Yi Xian like a river of stars. Child's play. Yi Xian savagely laughed. The shaman race's divine arts shook the world of yin and yang, and the howling streams of shaman light pierced through the heavens as they shot toward Dong Huangtai. The heavens trembled, the mountains and rivers turned to ash. The battle between the two peak quasi-saints was far too dazzling and terrifying. The boundless heavens were pierced through, and the land for millions of li was left in desolation. No one could bear to look at this gruesome sight. Rumble. The earth caved in, lava spewing out of the earth's core, mountains collapsing, and spatial fissures appearing in the boundless world. This was proof of just how terrifying this battle was. Clang! 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 The two celestial emperors remained motionless, allowing each other's arts to strike them, but they were unable to inflict any damage. The bell of primal chaos descended above Dong Huangtai's head. The light of invulnerability protected him, and he remained calm and collected in the face of Yi Xian's witch light. He didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. Although Yi Xian didn't have a primal chaos treasure like the bell of primal chaos, don't forget that his great Luo immortal body had already reached large success, and his physical body was even stronger than the ancestral shaman's. The demon clan's great technique that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had struck at him couldn't harm him in the slightest. "We've all underestimated Yi Xian," a quasi-saint quietly said. The other factions nodded, complicated looks in their eyes. The majority of these factions were Yi Xian's enemies, but the strength that Yi Xian displayed was on par with Dong Huangtai's. Although they wanted nothing more than for Yi Xian to die, they couldn't help but feel admiration for him. It wasn't just the various forces that were filled with admiration. Even the ancient era's myriad demons and the endless demon race were watching in silence with great reverence in their eyes. These Fei thought that Yi Xian was no match for Dong Huangtai, but they never expected Yi Xian to be so strong. He was even fighting Dong Huangtai to a standstill. The strong were as heavy as mountains, while the weak crawled like ants. This was a principle that had not changed since ancient times. Even though Yi Xian was an enemy of the ancient demon court, this did not stop the ancient demon court from giving respect to the strong. In the boundless firmament, Dong Huangtai and Yi Xian were locked in a fierce battle. No one could see the outcome of the battle. The sky was exploding apart while the earth was collapsing. The battlefield of the two of them was ceaselessly changing. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. They'd even torn apart the sky of the three dimensions and fought with the stars in luminous starry sky. The horrifying scene of the battle was simply horrifying. Bang! A meteor tens of millions of miles in size fell from luminous starry sky. Above the vast star, the two of them were completely locked in battle. The sound of the bell and halberd clashing resounded throughout the three dimensions, making one's soul tremble. Go to hell. You're the one who should die. Clang! The Dong Huang bell and the heaven-destroying halberd clashed violently in their hands. The terrifying force caused the stars beneath their feet to shatter inch by inch. Bang! The stars that stretched for millions of miles exploded under their feet, turning into rubble that filled the sky and fell toward the earth immortal realm. It made the already desolate land even more dilapidated, and there was not a single living being left in the billions of miles of land. Rumble. It was also with this attack that the two of them retreated from their stalemate. They finally separated at this moment. This also made the eight forces watch with rapt attention, not knowing the outcome of the battle. Huff, huff, huff. Dong Huangtai was panting heavily. His entire body was covered in demonic light. Wisps of white steam rose from the top of his head. The crown on his head had long been sent flying. Even the light of the bell of chaos was slightly dimmed. On the other hand, Yi Xian's body was filled with blood qi. The heaven-destroying halberd was buzzing ferociously, releasing a murderous light. However, Yi Xian's face was slightly pale. Clearly, the battle of life and death with Dong Huangtai had taken a toll on him. They were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. At this moment, the same thought appeared in both of their hearts at the same time. The intense battle just now had already allowed them to understand that their cultivations were on par. If they really wanted to fight to the death, they would probably have to use all their trump cards. Dong Huangtai had the bell of chaos to protect him. It could be said that he was invincible. On the other hand, Yi Xian's physical body was extremely terrifying. In addition, he had the heaven-destroying halberd, the #1 killing weapon of all time. He was a great threat to Dong Huang Tai. He did not dare to recklessly test the heaven-destroying halberd's edge. It's time to fight to the death. Suddenly, Lu Ye stood up solemnly. He stared fixedly at the two people in the sky. It was also because of his words that the expressions of the various forces became solemn. In an instant, the world fell deathly silent as they all looked towards the two people. "Brother, don't waste time. Kill him." Di Jun took a step forward. His murderous intent filled the air. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Only he knew how terrifying Dong Huang Tai was. As long as he showed his trump card, Yi Xian would definitely die. "Be careful, Heaven Emperor." Kunpeng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly shouted at Yi Xian. As the master of demons and a member of the ancient demon court in the past, he naturally knew that Dong Huang Tai was not that simple. Above the sky, in the void, Dong Huang Tai gradually calmed down. The bell of chaos quietly floated in front of him. Strands of chaotic divine light shot out in all directions around him. He began to become illusory and mysterious. "Yi Xian, I have to say that you are indeed worthy of being my opponent. Unfortunately, you will still die in my hands." Dong Huang Tai sneered. A domineering aura appeared around him. The rolling demonic light and chaotic aura intertwined with each other, making him look majestic, mysterious, and profound. Rumble. Suddenly, the world darkened and the stars disappeared. Dong Huang Tai was glowing. This was a kind of chaotic light. This kind of light was indescribable. It was like the light of dawn at the beginning of the chaos. It was also like the light that buried the world. Looking at the strange changes of Dong Huang Tai, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became serious. His body unconsciously tensed up. A sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Bzzz. The heaven-slaying halberd buzzed. Yi Xian gripped the halberd, his indestructible true spirit madly rotating. He had raised his origin immortal body to its peak. It was clear that Yi Xian could sense that Dong Huang Tai was about to use some extremely terrifying technique. "Yi Xian, retreat." Suddenly, in the ancient demon court, Zhen Yuanzi stood up with a bang. His expression was extremely gloomy as he let out a low roar. An earth book appeared in his hand out of thin air as an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Chapter 764. Taoist Zhen Yuan, what are you doing? Before Zhen Yuanzi could do anything, Goddess Nuwa, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, looked up at him. This made Zhen Yuanzi hold his breath and he instantly woke up. He took a deep look at Goddess Nuwa and the terrifying aura around him instantly dissipated. He sat back down. 10,000 laws of heaven and earth, primordial light, everything turns to ashes. The chanting of sutras reverberated in the heavens. Dong Huang Tai sat cross-legged in the sky. His lips and teeth opened slightly as he chanted. The world turned completely dark. As the void trembled, streaks of primordial light fell from the sky and poured onto him and the bell of primordial chaos. Man and bell as one. It was as if thunder had exploded in the chaos and as if 3,000 gods and demons were roaring. When Dong Huang Tai roared in the sky, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Rumble. Divine lightning fell from the sky and dark fog surged from the ground. Dong Huang Tai seemed to have turned into a dazzling star. His entire body suddenly became extremely illusory. It was also at this moment that the bell of primordial chaos beside him emitted a light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The bell of primordial chaos actually completely merged with Dong Huang Tai. Buzz. The bell of primordial chaos swayed and constantly emitted a bell sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The sound waves spread out in all directions and an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Clang. The sound of the bell reverberated through the sky. Even the laws of heaven and earth were annihilated by the sound of the bell. Clang! With two bell sounds, billions of miles of mountains and rivers were turned to ashes. Everything in the world was annihilated. Clang! With three bell sounds, the sun and moon swapped places and the stars shifted positions. The boundless sea of stars poured down from the luminous star. Clang, clang, clang. A total of 81 bell sounds reverberated between heaven and earth. The world was already distorted and illusory. The space collapsed and recovered inch by inch. It was as if heaven and earth were going to be buried in the vast sound of the bell in the next moment. I was born from primordial chaos. What can heaven and earth do? Eastern Emperor Tai's voice reverberated in all directions. His murderous aura circled around the vast world. The bell of chaos buzzed, releasing an aura that could annihilate all things. Yi Xian, I'll send you on your way today. If you have a next life, don't be my enemy. Suppress. Rumble. Time seemed to freeze and space seemed to freeze. The bell of primal chaos seemed to have broken through the barrier of time and space as it quietly appeared above Yi Xian's head. It even carried an aura that could suppress all living things as it descended towards him. You want to kill me? Dream on. Yi Xian's expression was ferocious as he unleashed all of his cultivation. He wielded his halberd and smashed it violently towards the bell of chaos. The ferocious light that could shatter heaven and earth could pierce through the two worlds. Rumble. Chaos Chi-Ji descended and everything was annihilated without a trace. The chaos primordial light flickered on the chaos bell and actually ignored Yi Xian's heaven-breaking strike and suppressed him within the chaos bell. Heavenly Emperor. Yi Xian. A worthy younger brother. The eyes of the four quasi-saints were bloodshot. Millions of celestial soldiers and generals roared in the heavens. The Empyrean fairy walked out from the depths of the celestial court with clear tears flowing from her eyes. It was over. Everything was over. When Yi Xian was suppressed within the bell of primal chaos, his only ending was death. Ha! Emperor Jun laughed wildly. He seemed to be very pleased with himself. He looked down at the 33rd celestial court with a murderous light flickering in his eyes. Yi Xian, brat, no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how strong you are, you will still die in the hands of the Eastern Royal Celestial Emperor. The immortal Wang of the South Pole laughed sinisterly. Yi Xian, your death is not to be regretted. The Emperor of Foam Dew roared. His hatred for Yi Xian bloomed completely at this moment. Buzz. The void changed and the chaos exploded. The Donghuang Tai separated from the bell of primal chaos. However, his face was extremely pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His aura was also a little weak. Clearly, he had paid a great price for using his most powerful technique. Congratulations, big brother. From now on, the ancient demon court will reign supreme in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Emperor Jun bowed to the Donghuang Tai in the void with great joy on his face. The demon race will rise. The heavenly emperor has no boundaries. The roars of the ancient demons resounded through the heavens and earth, their deafening roars shook the souls of everyone because the Eastern Emperor Tai didn't disappoint them. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would still be defeated by the Eastern Emperor Heaven Empyrean. Yi Xian. Heavenly Emperor. Husband. On the other side, the people of the celestial court roared in grief. They stared at the bell of primal chaos in the void, but their eyes were full of despair. Where are the ancient demons? Suddenly, Emperor Jun looked back at the people of the celestial court with a sinister look on his face. I'm here. The ancient demons stood in all directions. Behind them were countless demons. At this moment, they were staring fiercely at the 33rd celestial court. There was a fierce look in their eyes. Except for the Empyrean fairy, kill them all. Leave no one alive, Emperor Jun said fiercely. Yi Xian had already been annihilated within the bell of primal chaos, and his subordinates were going to die with him. Everyone, I'm sorry. Since Yi Xian is dead, I can't let my men die here in vain. The Nether River Patriarch's eyes turned. He cupped his hands and bowed to the people of the Celestial Court. He directly tore open the passage to the Nether Blood Sea and called the Azura clan to return to the Nether Blood Sea. Clearly, the Nether River Patriarch and Yi Xian only had a mutually beneficial relationship. He could help Yi Xian resist the ancient demon court because of the primordial violet chi. Now that Yi Xian was dead, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to continue being enemies with the ancient demon court. The most important problem was that only Yi Xian knew that the primordial violet chi was in his hands. Now that Yi Xian was dead, no one knew that the primordial violet chi was in his hands. As long as he hid in the Nether Blood Sea, he would become a saint one day. Nether River. Kong Xian roared furiously. He didn't expect the Nether River Patriarch to betray him at this critical moment. But Kong Xian had no choice. He could only watch the Nether River Patriarch leave with the Azura clan with the Celestial Court. Ha! The Immortal Elder of the South Pole laughed wildly. He was leading the Immortals of the Chan sect out of the ancient demon court. Today, I'll destroy your Celestial Court. I'll kill all of you. Amitabha. Duobao Rulai walked out with the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. He chanted the benevolent Buddha's name, but his face was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian has bewitched all living beings and slaughtered countless living beings. Our Western sect's Spirit Mountain has saved the world. How can our Spirit Mountain allow you to live in this world? Rumble. The ghost emperors of the 5 directions walked through the sky, followed by countless Yin soldiers. The Emperor of Fengdu's murderous aura surrounded him. He looked at the Celestial Court with a sinister gaze. There can't be 2 suns in the sky, and there can't be 2 rulers in the people. Yi Xian is an unparalleled demon. Today, he will be killed by the Eastern Royal Celestial Emperor. This is his destiny. You fake Celestial Court will also disappear. Yi Xian was dead. The Emperor of Fengdu could only vent his hatred on the Celestial Court. Moreover, the ancient demon court was already powerful. If he didn't show his attitude now, when would he? Chapter 765. When Yi Xian was killed by the Chaos Bell, the various forces finally made their move. Not only were they expressing goodwill to the ancient demon court, but they were also going to completely destroy the 33rd Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was facing a great calamity. The ancient demon court was eyeing them covetously, and the various forces were ferocious. Even though Kong Xian, Kuanpan, and Taishan Laojun were quasi-saints, the 3 quasi-saints were in despair in the face of such an unstoppable force. Fellow Taoists, you are all quasi-saints. They can't keep you 3 here. You'd better leave quickly. I'm willing to live and die with the Celestial Court. Suddenly, the Empyrean Fairy flew over. Now that Yi Xian was killed by the Chaos Bell, she, as the Queen Mother of the Celestial Court, had to support the entire Celestial Court. Mystic Fairy, stand down. Goddess Nuwa sat cross-legged in the void, her voice dignified and heavy. This also caused the 9 heavens mysterious maiden to bitterly smile and say, marry a chicken and follow a chicken, marry a dog and follow a dog. The mysterious maiden is Yi Xian's wife. Today, her husband has died, so how can the mysterious maiden live alone? You! Traitor! Empress Nuwa frowned and scolded angrily. She looked at the Empyrean Fairy with a complicated expression. Unfortunately, the Empyrean Fairy didn't even care about death, so why should she care if Nuwa was angry? Yi Xian is my brother. Besides, we're not at the end of the road. Don't forget about the formation he left behind. Kong Xian and Yi Xian were the closest. His pride wouldn't allow him to leave the Celestial Court and escape alone. It's useless, it's useless. My husband is already dead. Even if this formation is activated, it will be incomplete. Moreover, the ancient demon court's power has already been established. Even if we activate the formation, it will only last for a moment. Brothers, please leave. The Empyrean fairy bowed to the three quasi-saints. Her eyes were full of despair, and she no longer had any attachment to life. Kill them. Emperor Jun roared ferociously. The Tongtian demon flag was waving in the sky. The 8 forces and endless demons were coming toward the 33rd Celestial Court. Obviously, they were going to destroy the 33rd Celestial Court in the next moment. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a muffled sound resounded through the world. It was also when this sound resounded that an extremely terrifying aura covered the world, causing the ancient demon court and the other forces to suddenly stop moving forward. What's that sound? Emperor Jun asked in surprise, trying to find the source of the sound. Look, look. Chaos. Chaos bell. It was unknown who screamed, but this also caused everyone to look towards the bell of chaos. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere of the world became extremely strange. A silent terror grew in the hearts of everyone. In the void above the firmament. The chaos bell was floating in the void, but an extremely terrifying scene was also appearing on the chaos bell. Clang, clang, clang. The round and flawless chaos bell was distorting irregularly. The flawless and simple bell body was constantly bulging, as if there was a terrible thing inside that was constantly bombarding it. What's going on? Emperor Jun roared in horror. Puff. Suddenly, Donghuang Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, but he looked at his divine artifact, the Chaos Bell, in shock. His body and mind were trembling to the extreme at this moment. He's not dead yet. Donghuang Tai trembled and roared. As his words fell, the world suddenly became deathly silent. A great terror of life and death appeared in everyone's heart. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Chaotic Sky 7 Killing Halberd. It shattered the 9 heavens and broke the ancient and modern world. The roar that could shatter the universe was heard, shaking the world violently. It even made people's souls collapse. Bang! A ray of ancient killing light was growing. The Chaos Bell, which was constantly changing shape, was wailing. With an earth-shattering explosion, a terrifying hole broke open in the bell. A dark figure broke out of the bell. Dong, dong, dong. The darkness was boundless, and a vicious aura shot up into the sky. This figure walked out of the bell of chaos step by step. However, with every step he took, the world rumbled and shook. That murderous aura filled the world. It was as if he was the only thing in the world, and all living things had to bow down at his feet. I am the Celestial Emperor. I suppress all enemies in the world. The halberd flew across the sky and the firmament exploded. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His gray hair hung behind his head. The wild wind blew his hair wildly. Puff. 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 Donghuang Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. He was instantly weakened. Because the Chaos Bell was connected to his mind, the hole in the bell made him suffer an unimaginable injury. Yi Xian. Celestial Emperor. Husband. When Yi Xian reappeared, everyone in the celestial court cheered excitedly. Their despair was swept away. The millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals were even more spirited. They shouted Yi Xian's name. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. The Empyrean fairy bit her lips. Her eyes were already filled with tears of excitement. How can my brother die so easily? Ha! Kong Xian laughed wildly, and the 5-colored divine light shook the heavens and the earth. Even the Kun Peng and Taishang Lao Jun beside him were extremely excited, and their soaring fighting spirit permeated the air. Dong Huang Tai. Just as the eight forces and the ancient demon court were in a daze, Yi Xian appeared in front of Dong Huang Tai. He was sinister and ferocious. He had a murderous aura. "Kneel down before me." The halberd flew across the sky. Yi Xian swung the heaven-destroying halberd. It was as if he was swinging the heavens and earth. The halberd smashed down on Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai raised his arms to block it. Crack! The halberd suppressed the heavens. Yi Xian was too terrifying and intimidating. The halberd landed on Dong Huang Tai's arms. Along with the terrifying sound of bones breaking, Dong Huang Tai's arms were mangled and distorted. Even his straight spine was bent. "Kneel down!" Yi Xian cruelly shouted. He raised his halberd and smashed it onto his knees with the might of thunder under the ashamed and indignant gaze of the Eastern Emperor. Crack! His knees broke and his bones shattered. Dong Huang Tai was already severely injured because of the Bell of Chaos. Now that he was hit by Yi Xian's cruel attack, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He knelt down. But this was not the end. The heaven-destroying halberd swung again and smashed down on Dong Huang Tai's head. If this attack landed, even if Dong Huang Tai did not die, his body would explode under Yi Xian's halberd. Damn it! Dong Huang Tai was furious. He frantically activated the demon clan's great skills and raised his mangled arms to block the heaven-destroying halberd. However, he could only kneel on the ground in humiliation. At this moment, he could not even move. An extremely humiliating scene unfolded before his eyes. In the sky, Yi Xian was in endless darkness. He held the halberd and pressed it on Dong Huang Tai's arms. Dong Huang Tai knelt on the ground to block the killing power of the heaven-destroying halberd. This scene made the ancient demon court and the eight forces fall into a nightmare that they could not wake up from. Chapter 766. How is this possible? Eastern Emperor, Celestial Emperor. Damn it! It was unbelievable. It was as if they were in a dream. All kinds of horrified voices were heard. What they saw was too incredible for them to believe. Ah! Crack! Before the crowd could recover from their daze, they heard a painful groan, accompanied by the terrible sound of bones breaking. Yi Xian laughed wildly in the sky. He swung his halberd and smashed it toward Dong Huang Tai, turning his arms into bloody foam. Invulnerable? What demon, Celestial Emperor? How dare you offend the Celestial Court? Today, you won't be able to leave. Yi Xian roared ferociously. The heavenly extermination halberd swung through the universe and violently smashed onto Dong Huang Tai's body with the power to kill all living things, directly shattering half of his body. Yi Xian, I want you to die a horrible death. Dong Huang Tai had suffered an unprecedented injury. However, he was still the demon Celestial Emperor. Even though the Bell of Chaos had been broken by Yi Xian and was suppressed by Yi Xian, how could he be willing to die? Phoenix Nirvana Technique. Dong Huang Tai howled in agony. The ancestral phoenix heavenly fire burned fiercely, enveloping him within. His body was rapidly recovering as terrifying demonic light burst forth once again. Brother, kill him. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were as red as blood. He knew that the Eastern Emperor Tai was fighting with his life on the line with Yi Xian. At this moment, he definitely couldn't step forward to help, because this was a battle that concerned the reputation of the Eastern Emperor Tai. In the three realms, saints were respected. However, besides the illusory position of saint, reputation was the most important thing. Dong Huang Tai was the demon Celestial Emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian today, he would become the laughing stock of the three realms. The so-called ancient demon court ruling the three realms would also become a big joke. Who would submit to the ancient demon court? Who would submit to the demon race's celestial emperor? This was not only related to the Eastern Emperor Tai's reputation as the celestial emperor, but also the reputation of the ancient demon court. This battle was too important. The Eastern Emperor Tai could not lose. Limitless heaven and earth, borrowing power from the universe. In the sky, Donghuang Tai roared in a frenzy. The ancestral phoenix heavenly fire covered the sky. Unparalleled demonic arts shook the sky. Extremely terrifying demonic light condensed in his hand. Endless laws of heaven and earth gathered towards him. Yi Xian, die for this emperor. Donghuang Tai went completely mad. He knew that he could not lose. Even if his cultivation level fell, he had to kill Yi Xian here. Bang! The 10,000 spell demon light came crashing down on Yi Xian. However, the most shocking thing was that Yi Xian did not dodge. He just looked at Donghuang Tai indifferently. Rumble. The 10,000 spell demon light invaded Yi Xian's body, but even the hem of Yi Xian's clothes did not move at all. It was as if Donghuang Tai's attack could not hurt him at all. What? What's going on? Donghuang Tai's eyes were dull. He stared at Yi Xian in front of him and said with a trembling voice. He looked at his hands blankly, as if he had fallen into a state of dementia. Dong, dong, dong. Stepping through the sky, the world shook. Yi Xian walked slowly towards Donghuang Tai. However, with every step he took, it was as if the world was reversed. In the void of the heavens, there was the sound of great Tao chanting. In the sky, a heavenly seal condensed. The chaotic light from the 10,000 spell demon light suppressed Donghuang Tai's body, making him unable to move at all. Strolling through the sky, Yi Xian was smiling, but his smile was contemptuous and disdainful. When he came in front of Donghuang Tai, he looked down at him. Donghuang Tai, you're really stupid. Without the bell of primal chaos, your cultivation is not even worth mentioning in this emperor's eyes. How are you worthy of being this emperor's opponent? Yi Xian sneered. Boom! It was as if the 9 heavens had exploded with thunder. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Donghuang Tai was completely stunned, as if he had lost his mind. Not only Donghuang Tai, but also the ancient demon court, the various forces, and the sage-to-be were all shocked. There was even a trace of panic in their eyes. Everyone had forgotten an extremely important thing. Donghuang Tai was indeed very strong, and could be said to be at the peak of the sage-to-be. However, his strength was completely dependent on the Bell of Chaos. It was also because of the Bell of Chaos that he was invincible. In fact, his cultivation was not so strong that he was invincible. He was only on par with Di Jun. Moreover, if one were to make a comparison, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who didn't have the Bell of Chaos, would be inferior to Di Jun, let alone Yi Xian, who was currently facing him. Donghuang Tai was not the only one who had forgotten this. The others had also forgotten this. They had always attributed Donghuang Tai's strength to himself, but they had forgotten that without the Bell of Chaos, Donghuang Tai could not be called a peak sage-to-be. The Daluo immortal body, a quasi-sage cultivation base that relied on strength to prove the Tao, various great forbidden techniques, and the number 1 killing weapon of all time, the heaven-slaying halberd. The current Yi Xian was too terrifying. How could the Eastern Emperor Tai be his match? Just now, Yi Xian had indeed fallen into a life-or-death situation. The Bell of Chaos was indeed worthy of being a primordial treasure. It had the terrifying power to kill both gods and ghosts. However, no one had expected that Yi Xian could break out of the bell entirely because of his heaven-destroying halberd. Because the halberd was too mysterious and too terrifying, Yi Xian had used the chaotic Sky 7 Kills halberd and combined with the heaven-destroying halberd's sharpness to finally break a hole in the Bell of Chaos. This had completely sealed his victory. From the moment the bell of chaos was broken, there was no suspense in the battle. Dong Huang Tai had already been defeated long ago. However, no one believed this result because in their understanding of Dong Huang Tai was the symbol of invincibility. However, at this moment, Dong Huang Tai was powerless to reverse the situation and was about to suffer an unprecedented calamity. Crack! Suddenly, just as everyone was in a state of shock, Yi Xian's 5 mountain-like fingers suddenly struck out and slapped Dong Huang Tai into the void. Pfft! Dong Huang Tai spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He sank into a daze and his eyes were withered and lifeless. It was as if he did not feel the heavy injury Yi Xian had inflicted on him. Bang! Indifferent and silent, Yi Xian stepped on Dong Huang Tai's head and crushed it. Dong Huang Tai's 7 orifices were bleeding. Unparalleled physique and Tongtian techniques, Yi Xian was stronger than Dong Huang Tai in every aspect. This was the difference in cultivation. Without the bell of chaos, Dong Huang Tai was no different from an ant in Yi Xian's eyes. The immortal scripture contained all kinds of secret techniques in the world, including the divine techniques of the Wu tribe. The immortal body of the immortal of the great Luo was stronger than that of the ancestor of sorcerers. Moreover, Yi Xian cultivated the Tao through strength. As a sage to be, he was unbelievably strong. How could Dong Huang Tai resist? Chapter 767. Bang, bang, bang. The world was heartless. Yi Xian was cruel and merciless. He kept raising his wide feet and stepping on Dong Huang Tai's head. The sound of bones cracking was ear-piercing. The demonic light around Dong Huang Tai was shattered. He was like a dead dog crawling under Yi Xian's feet. Everything was silent. The world was silent. When this scene appeared in everyone's eyes, a silent terror assaulted them. They looked at Yi Xian with eyes that had never been filled with fear before. Dong Huang lost? How is this possible? He is the first heavenly emperor of the demon race. It can't be, how can our emperor be defeated? All kinds of murmurs were heard. It was as if there was a chain effect. In just 3 breaths' time, mournful cries were heard. No. I don't believe it, how can the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Emperor be defeated? Trick, Yi Xian must have used some sort of scheme. Why does the heavens treat the ancient demon race like this? The thousands of ancient demons cried out in grief, and the endless demons in the surroundings fell silent. This was because the demons could not accept such an outcome, nor could they accept such an outcome. When the myriad demon meet began, when the various factions submitted, and when Saint Nuwa descended, the demon race would truly rise in this great world. Under the leadership of the 2 celestial emperors, the demon race would dominate the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. However, the ancient demon court's first battle was to wipe out a small celestial court. Their heavenly emperor was being stepped on by Yi Xian like a dead dog. How could they accept this? Yi Xian, kill me, kill me. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar was heard. Dong Huang Tai's eyes were focused. However, he was already badly mutilated. Only his blood-red eyes were shedding tears of humiliation. Dong Huang Tai was crying. He was crying heart-wrenchingly. He no longer had the dignity of a heavenly emperor. He was like an injured child who could not stop crying. At the beginning of the world, all living things were born. Dong Huang Tai was a supreme figure. He was born extraordinary. He was the demon sovereign lord. Throughout the untainted universe, he had never been defeated once. But today, he had lost. Not only had he ruined his invincible reputation, he had also ruined the dignity of the ancient demon court. How could he still have the face to live in this world? Dong Huang Tai let out a heart-wrenching roar, but the tears of humiliation and indignation in his eyes could not stop flowing. It made everyone from the ancient demon court clench their fists tightly. Everyone's eyes gradually turned red. Eastern Emperor Tai, unfortunately, you met me. Today, I will fulfill your wish. From now on, there will be no Eastern Emperor Tai in this world. As long as I, Yi Xian, am alive, the ancient demon court will always be trampled under my feet. Yi Xian said coldly. He slowly raised his palm and boundless chaotic light gathered. In the next moment, he was about to kill Donghuang Tai. Yi Xian, I want you to die a horrible death. You will never be reincarnated. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could make a move, a shrill roar came from all directions. Emperor Jun was standing in the sky. Thousands of ancient demons were spread out in all directions. At this moment, all of them were looking at Yi Xian with hatred. Oh no! Landya exclaimed. Even Jin Yuanzi stood up with a solemn expression. This made the sage-to-be's expressions change greatly, as if they had thought of something extremely terrible. Set up the cosmic stars formation. The sky shook and all living things sank. Emperor Jun had already gone mad. A vast star map covered hundreds of millions of miles. The luminous starry sky was rapidly stagnating. A destructive aura rippled in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. The cosmic stars formation. This was one of the three ultimate formations of heaven and earth. It was comprehended by Donghuang Tai from the innate spiritual treasure He Tu and Luo Shu. It combined the power of the 365 stars in the sky with the sun star and the moon star as the eye of the formation. There were 365 stars in the sky and 108,000 big stars. The North Star, the Big Dipper, and the South Star. There were 6 stars in the Southern Dipper, 4 stars in the Western Dipper, 3 stars in the Eastern Dipper, and 5 stars in the Middle Dipper. There were 5 star duels in total. In addition, there were the 28 constellations, the 108 stars of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends, the 9 glorious stars, the metal, wood, water, fire, earth stars, and so on. The 365 demon deities were all at the peak of the grand heavenly realm. 365 Daoyuo Jingxian, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and thousands of ancient demons. Even a saint would be wary of them. Rumble. 365 great heavenly stellar banners were moving in the sky. 365 demon gods were corresponding to the 365 great heavenly stellar banners in the luminous starry sky. The power of the stars was like a long river of chaos, pouring down in torrents towards the great heavenly stellar formation. Stars, rise! The ancient myriad demon vast expanse roared. 14,800 minor heavenly star banners were arranged in the grand heavenly star formation, corresponding to the 14,800 secondary stars in the grand heavenly star formation. Together with the ancient myriad demon force, each of them represented one star, forming the mighty grand heavenly star formation. The 365 great cosmic stars banners were the root, the 14,800 minor cosmic stars banners were the trunk, and the ancient demons were the branches and leaves. They were connected by the power of the stars in the sky. At this moment, the starlight pouring down between heaven and earth seemed to want to bury the world. It was so terrifying that one's soul trembled. When the cosmic stars formation appeared, all the pre-saints retreated in horror. All the forces were shocked speechless. The cosmic stars formation was the formation of the ancient demon court. It isolated all the mysteries of heaven from the outside world. Even a saint would have to think twice before entering the formation. How could this not make them extremely afraid? The starlight was endless. Everyone who was enveloped by the cosmic stars formation, no matter what kind of magic they had, could not escape the starlight falling. Summoning the power of the stars in the universe and condensing the power of billions of stars, its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Withdraw. Enveloped by the billions of starlight, the Emperor Lord's expression was solemn and dignified. His hands formed seals, and the ancient myriad demons were chanting in the heavenly cycle star formation. Billions of starlight suddenly descended towards Yi Xian. Bang! Heaven and earth were destroyed. The billions of starlight were too terrifying. This was the attack of the cosmic stars formation. Yi Xian's expression changed immediately. He raised the heaven-destroying halberd to meet it, but his entire body was sent flying by the starlight. The blood in his body rushed to his throat. Ugh! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. His body stopped flying. It was also at this moment that everyone from the celestial court quietly came behind him. They were looking at the legendary cosmic stars formation with solemn faces. Rumble. A stream of starlight cascaded down on Donghuang Tai's badly mutilated body, quickly drawing him into the great heavenly cycle star formation. Heaven and earth roared and everything fell silent. When Donghuang Tai was drawn into the cosmic stars formation, billions of starlight repaired his physical body. The broken bell of chaos quietly appeared beside him. Chapter 768. Sigh. A soft sigh rang out from the boundless heavens. There was a hint of unwillingness, but there was also a killing intent and viciousness that was higher than the heavens. Donghuang Tai slowly opened his eyes. He stood in the eye of the great heavenly cycle star formation, and the humiliation and indignation on his face gradually disappeared. In the end, there was only indifference and coldness. Summoning the power of the heavenly cycle star formation and condensing the power of billions of stars is the greatest trump card of the ancient demon court. It is also the foundation of the ancient demon court's control over the heaven, earth, and man realms, Donghuang Tai said slowly as he looked calmly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I am indeed not your match. I admit defeat at your hands. However, the battle of orthodoxies has never changed because of an individual. Today, I have used the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Although I have an unfair advantage, for the future of the ancient demon court, I have no choice but to completely destroy you and the 33, celestial court, Donghuang Tai said solemnly. He had already calmed down. Although he had lost to Yi Xian, he had not reached the end of the road. He and the ancient demon court still had a trump card that no one could resist. It was the massive heavenly cycle star formation beneath his feet. Billions of stars descended upon the world. This was the ancient demon court's final trump card. It was also the foundation of their invincibility. Yi Tiandi, admit defeat. Zhen Yuanzi sighed helplessly and sent a message to Yi Xian. Ever since the myriad demon meet began, Zhen Yuanzi knew that Yi Xian would definitely lose. This had never changed. Yi Daoyu, quickly escape to the lower realm. Once the massive heavenly cycle star formation is activated, you will not be able to take care of everyone in the celestial court. If you can become a sage in the future, take revenge for today. Daoist Lan Yi secretly sent a message. He knew that the Hongmeng immortal vapor was in Yi Xian's hands. As long as Yi Xian wanted to escape, he could definitely leave this place before the massive heavenly cycle star formation was activated. Yi Xian, so what if your cultivation is at the Tongtian level? You will still die under the massive heavenly cycle star formation today, Di Jun roared coldly, his face ferocious and terrifying. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Destroy the celestial court and kill Yi Xian, the immortal of the South Pole shouted. I want to tell everyone one thing. The Hongmeng immortal vapor is in Yi Xian's hands. Whether you believe it or not, as long as Yi Xian dies, we will definitely be able to find the Hongmeng immortal vapor by searching the entire celestial court. The Emperor of Fengdu added fuel to the fire and looked at Yi Xian viciously. Adding insult to injury, despicable and shameless. When the massive heavenly cycle star formation was activated, everyone knew that Yi Xian would definitely die. Once again, they displayed their hatred for Yi Xian. Rumble. The massive heavenly cycle star formation connected the power of billions of stars and condensed all the power of the ancient demon court. At this moment, billions of starlight rays were spreading, instantly covering the heaven and earth. The billions of stars in the luminous starry sky shone brightly. The power of the stars pouring down was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Ha! Suddenly, in this moment of life and death, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. This caused the heavens and earth to suddenly freeze, causing everyone's gazes to converge on him. They didn't know why Yi Xian was still able to smile at a time like this. The massive heavenly cycle star formation. Not bad at all. Yi Xian walked in the sky with his halberd in hand. He even looked at Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from afar. However, his calm expression caused the expressions of the two demon emperors to change. An extremely bad feeling suddenly arose in their hearts. Dong Huang, Di Jun, I wonder if the two of you have underestimated me, or do you think that I don't know that your ancient demon court has the massive heavenly cycle star formation? Yi Xian said calmly, the smile on his face not diminishing. The celestial court troops behind him were not afraid at all. They were looking at the ancient demon court with a sneer. What's going on? Why aren't they afraid? There's something strange here. The quasi-saints weren't fools, and the leaders of the various powers weren't fools either. When the heavenly cycle star formation appeared, Yi Xian and the people from the heavenly court were actually fearless. They wouldn't believe that there wasn't something strange about it even if they were beaten to death. The massive heavenly cycle star formation is one of the three ultimate formations of heaven and earth. What a pity, my celestial court also has one. Today, I'll let you have a taste and see if my celestial court's chaos ultimate formation is up to your standards. Yi Xian's smile gradually disappeared. His voice was cold and emotionless. Formation, rise. Rumble. Under the horrified gazes of the quasi-saints and the various forces, Yi Xian turned his palm and fingers to the sky. A vast formation suddenly appeared, releasing an unprecedentedly ferocious aura. Life, death, destruction, 8 gates, open. The heaven and earth exploded and the earth shook. The sky hundreds of millions of miles wide turned into a black vortex. An extremely terrifying aura of chaos poured down and whistled between heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 gates stretched across heaven and earth. Heaven and earth for hundreds of millions of miles were extremely distorted. Time and space seemed to have collapsed at this moment. Only the ferocious aura of chaos that could destroy heaven and earth continued to grow. Heaven and earth turn upside down. Heaven and earth are in chaos. Controlling the ferocious aura of the past and present, destroying the roots of all life's reincarnation, cutting off the secrets of heaven and earth, and burying the souls of all life. Yi Xian stood on the chaos ultimate formation as his vast and boundless voice reverberated between heaven and earth. This formation is called the chaos ultimate formation. It was created by my lifelong friend, Lu Bai. Today, I would like to see how your ancient demon court will destroy my orthodoxy, Yi Xian. Yi Xian roared. Ferocious aura of chaos swept across the sky for hundreds of millions of miles. Mountains, rivers, and all life were being destroyed. Heaven and earth were extremely illusory. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Qi. 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 3 quasi-saints entered the formation. They were Kong Xian, Taishang Lao Jun, and the master of 10,000 demons, Kuan Peng. The 4 gates of life, death, destruction were opened. The 4 quasi-saints stood in the center. Absolute heaven. The 720 perfected golden immortals threw their heads back and roared. Immortal light burst out from their bodies and fell on the Chaos Empyrean formation. As their auras connected, they destroyed the laws of heaven and earth. Burial ground, 360 grand heavenly demon kings roared and shattered mountains and rivers. The demonic light around them exploded into the sky. The ferocious divine light instantly connected and turned into a dazzling light that stood on the chaos ultimate formation. Banner, rise. The divine generals of the celestial court entered the formation. Ferocious divine light soared into the sky. Black Tongtian flags appeared one after another. There were a total of 3,650 of them, whoosh. Strong gales from the 9 heavens came pouring down from the sky, as the heavenly thunders and earthly fires tore through the sky. The heaven and earth within 100 million miles were filled with endless ferocious energy. The millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals transformed into black light spots and fused into the chaotic heaven vanishing formation, the heavens and earth distorted and the heavens collapsed. The primal chaos Empyrean formation spanned across the heavens and earth, humming as it rotated and destroyed the void. Above the primal chaos Empyrean formation, Yi Xian stood proudly as he stared fiercely at the 2 heavenly emperors of the demon race. How is this possible? Di Jun cried out in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. Dong Huang Tai was also stunned on the ground, as if he had turned into a clay puppet. Chapter 769. The 2 celestial emperors of the demon clan were not the only ones who were shocked. The Buddhas of the West, the 5 emperors of the underworld, the Jia sect that had once followed Yi Xian, and the immortals of the Chan sect were all trembling in fear. Impossible. A panicked voice suddenly sounded. Zhen Yuanzi stood up with a bang and looked at the primal chaos Empyrean array with extreme shock. It's indeed impossible. How can there be a 4th heaven and earth isolation array in this world? Landya slowly stood up and stared at the array under Yi Xian's feet. His voice was trembling. Silence. Silence, a deathly silence. The 3 realms seemed to have become dead silent in an instant. Except for the 2 heaven and earth isolation arrays that were buzzing between heaven and earth, there was no other sound. At this moment, even the indifferent goddess Nuwa had stood up. She looked at the primal chaos Empyrean formation with an extremely complicated gaze. No one knew what she was thinking, but it was clear that her heart was not calm. Heaven and earth isolation array. Shen Gongbao's face was pale, and there was deep regret in his eyes. He looked at everyone in the celestial court in a daze, and the scenes of getting along with each other for the past 100,000 years flashed across his mind. But in the end, he could only sigh. In Shen Gongbao's heart, Yi Xian could always bring miracles, and this had never changed. Even though he left the celestial court with the immortals of the Jia sect, his respect for Yi Xian did not decrease at all. Because there had never been a person who had grown from a small Tai Xian immortal to such a level today. He could say that he had witnessed Yi Xian's journey with his own eyes, and his heart was full of admiration. Today, when the ancient demon court used the heavenly cycle star array, Yi Xian also used a heaven and earth isolation array in such a hopeless situation. This kind of shock simply made Shen Gongbao unable to be any more shocked, and even made the immortals of the Jia sect behind him look ashamed. If they had not left back then and stood firmly behind Yi Xian, the 33rd celestial court might not be afraid of the ancient demon court today. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything had already become a thing of the past. Even if the immortals of Jia school were regretful, they could not turn back time. Bang! Suddenly, just as everyone was immersed in a state of indescribable shock, a towering roar came from the sky, causing everyone to suddenly wake up and look towards the source of the sound. Within the massive heavenly cycle star formation, Emperor Jun's face was ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, he was laughing wildly. Deliberately mystifying and pretentious. How dare you call this formation the ultimate formation of heaven and earth? Today, I will destroy your 33 celestial court. I will make sure that you, Yi Xian, die without a burial place. Rumble. The stars moved, and the stars moved. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was vast and boundless. Billions of starlight filled the universe. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was operating violently. Obviously, it would not be kind to Yi Xian today. Yi Xian, regardless of whether this formation is the ultimate formation of heaven and earth, when billions of starlight falls today, it will be the day that your 33 celestial court is destroyed. Dong Huang Tai's shocked expression gradually disappeared, and he completely calmed down. At this moment it was useless to think about anything else. The two celestial courts were already at odds with each other. There could only be one celestial court in this world. This battle was simply unavoidable. Stars, rise! The luminous star rumbled and rotated. The two celestial emperors of the demon race activated supreme demonic techniques, and the other ancient demons roared into the sky. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was rotating, and a ray of light that connected heaven and earth shot into the sky. The huge stars in the luminous star sky were lit up, and at this moment, billions of starlight poured down and covered the world. Condense. The power of billions of stars condensed into the light of the heavenly cycle star formation. When billions of starlight fell, the world in all directions completely collapsed. Even the two celestial courts were on the verge of collapse. Retreat quickly. The various quasi-saints roared in horror. They instantly turned into rays of light and disappeared from the ancient demon court. This also caused the various forces to flee in all directions. It was also at this moment that the massive heavenly cycle star formation and the ancient demon court merged into one. Billions of starlight completely covered the ancient demon court, and a destructive aura erupted. Rumble. The world shook, and the ferocious aura was boundless. Yi Xian's expression was cold and stern. Even though he had activated the absolute chaos formation, he was not the least bit careless. When he and the other three quasi-saints activated the formation, boundless ferocious aura rippled out, instantly enveloping the entire celestial court. Clearly, whether it was the ancient demon court or the 33 celestial court, they were the foundation of both sides, and no mistakes could be allowed. If the two absolute arrays were activated, the first to suffer would be the celestial court behind them. Only by combining the absolute array of heaven and earth and the celestial court could the foundation of both sides be preserved. Kill. There was no nonsense or hesitation. At this point, there was no point in wasting words. Dong Huang Tai formed a seal with both hands, and led the ancient demons to activate the massive heavenly cycle star formation. They directly gathered the power to destroy heaven and earth, and led the entire ancient demon court to attack Yi Xian. Rumble. Billions of starlight turned into a boundless sea of stars, and the ancient demon court turned into a starlight ship. In the luminous starry sky, stars fell one after another. When the picture scroll of destruction appeared, a world-destroying war officially began. Absolute heaven. When hundreds of millions of starlight descended, Yi Xian roared ferociously. The primal chaos absolute heaven formation finally displayed its terrifying might. Rumble. The darkness was boundless, and the starlight was extinguished. Boundless ferocious aura fell from the sky. The countless stars that fell from the luminous star turned into ashes, and the 33 celestial court turned into a huge dark star that violently collided with the ancient demon court. The two absolute arrays, the two celestial court, the light of billions of stars, and the boundless ferocious aura, these two supreme and invincible forces finally collided in the crumbling heaven and earth. Bang! It was as if the chaotic heaven and earth had exploded, as if time and space had been annihilated. When the two celestial court collided, a terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth erupted. Rumble. The heaven and earth shattered, and billions of miles of the void were annihilated. The rippling terrifying aftershock spread towards the earth immortal realm. In the midst of the destruction, the entire Dongxing divine continent was torn into two. Bang! 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 The mountains within millions and millions of miles were turned into ashes. The boundless eastern sea was surging with huge waves. The living beings were crying, and the souls of the dead were wailing. This world-destroying energy was burying all living things. No living being could survive under this world-destroying energy. The earthly immortal realm was said to be boundless. Just the Dongxing divine continent alone was hundreds of millions of miles away. However, when the two ultimate arrays collided, the Dongxing divine continent was directly torn into two. The terrifying scene was simply unbearable. Kill. Rumble. The heaven and earth were boundless, and the universe was vast. Between the heaven and earth, the two celestial court rumbled and shone. Yi Xian stood on the absolute chaos formation, and the boundless ferocious aura covered him. He was staring fiercely and cruelly at the ancient demon court in front of him. Chapter 770. That strike just now completely proved one thing. The primal chaos absolute heaven formation wasn't any weaker than the heavenly cycle star formation. This also made Yi Xian and the heavenly court's troops 100 times more confident. As for the chaos caused by the two celestial court, Yi Xian did not feel anything at all. Even if hundreds of millions of creatures died tragically, he did not care at all. Today, he must destroy the ancient demon court in one go. That was what he wanted to do. On the ancient demon court side, Dong Huangtai and Di Jun's faces were gloomy. Although the ancient demons behind them maintained the heavenly cycle star formation, everyone's faces were grim. They were evenly matched. It turned out that they were evenly matched. Just now, when the two formations collided, there was no winner or loser. They did not cause any damage to the 33rd Celestial Court, which made them feel extremely depressed. What should we do? The ancient demon court was in an extremely heavy mood. Now, even the last means to destroy the Celestial Court was useless. Did they really have to destroy the 33rd Celestial Court? Celestial Emperor, why don't we retreat? Fengbo looked serious and secretly transmitted his voice. However, when his words fell into the ears of the two Celestial Emperors, Fengbo was met with their sharp gazes. Celestial Emperor, it's not that the ancient demon court is afraid of Yi Xian. It's just that if we continue to fight like this, not to mention that the three realms will be devastated, the final outcome will only be a lose-lose. If the Wu tribe hits us when we're down, then the ancient demon court. Fengbo wanted to say something but stopped. However, before he could continue, Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun's expressions changed greatly, and they instantly understood. Yes, it was just as Count of Wind had said. If the two of them led the ancient heavenly court to continue fighting the ancient heavenly court, the outcome would only be a lose-lose situation. Wouldn't that be allowing the shaman race to gain an advantage? If the ancient 12 ancestors of sorcery attacked while the ancient demon court was weak, how could they resist? Big brother. Di Jun clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. What Fengbo said was very reasonable. Even though he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Xian into 10,000 pieces, if the witch clan secretly eyed the ancient demon court covetously, wouldn't that be a calamity for the ancient demon court? Dong Huangtai laughed at himself. He seemed to have aged in an instant. He shook his head at Emperor Jun with a wry smile and pointed at Yi Xian, saying bitterly, "It's not up to us to retreat now. Look at Yi Xian, how could he let us leave?" Rumble. The darkness was boundless, and the murderous aura filled the sky. The Chaos Heaven Isolation Array was emitting a ferocious light that could shake the world. Millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were roaring crazily. The Tongtian's earth-shattering killing intent was pressing down on the ancient demon court. How dare you offend the celestial court? Today, you won't be able to leave. Yi Xian stood on top of the primal chaos absolute heaven formation. Behind him, millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were waving their flags. Their heaven shaking, earth-shattering fiendish aura surged violently as they charged towards the ancient demon court. Yi Xian, you've gone too far. Emperor Jun's face turned red, and his voice exploded in the void. As he had seen, even if they retreated now, Yi Xian had no intention of stopping. Today, the battle had reached this point, and there was only one celestial court left in the world. Kill. Dong Huangtai's expression was cold and stern. Since there was no way to retreat, then he might as well go all out. Today, he had to fight to the death with Yi Xian. As for the threat of the witch clan, he could only temporarily suppress it. Bang! The ultimate formation of heaven and earth collided with a loud bang, causing the heavens and the earth to explode. The fire of the earth's core soared into the sky, and the water of the East Sea surged into the sky. The luminous star fell from the sky, bringing with it a fiery light that pierced through the heaven and earth, and smashed into the land of the Dongxing Divine Prefecture. Heaven and Earth Isolation Array. Yi Xian roared furiously in the sky. The three quasi-saints howled miserably, and millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals roared at the heavens and earth. The primal chaos absolute heaven formation became even more terrifying, wanting to completely annihilate the entire ancient demon court. Starlight Fall. The two demon emperors were not easy to deal with. They led thousands of ancient demons to meet the attack. The cosmic star formation gathered the power of billions of stars and violently clashed with the Chaos Heaven Isolation Array. Rumble. The two celestial court were so vast that they had already covered the boundless sky. At this moment, under the support of the two heaven and earth isolation arrays, the destruction caused was unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. Billions of stars, ferocious chi, and the laws of heaven and earth went berserk and then disappeared without a trace. The two celestial court were like chaotic divine mountains clashing madly. The heaven and earth isolation array destroyed heaven and earth. Both sides were in a frenzy. The thousands of ancient demons spat out blood, and their bodies cracked like spider webs. The celestial court troops were not in a good state either. Their bodies had already collapsed, and the immortal demon light around them was extremely dim. The heaven and earth isolation array was indeed terrifying, but it was also controlled by humans. Every clash would cause great damage to them. Now, they could only see who could last until the end to be the final victor. Kill. The two celestial emperors were completely deranged. They could feel the spirits of the ancient demons wilting. If this continued, the cosmic star formation would definitely shatter. Let's end this quickly. Dong Huangtai roared crazily. He waved the broken bell of chaos and danced in the sky, and poured his cultivation into the cosmic star formation without any regard for his life. Let's destroy the ancient demon court in one go. Yi Xian roared coldly. The thousands of ancient demons were severely injured, but the celestial court troops behind him were not faring much better. This also made Yi Xian want to end this quickly. Yi Xian, you little brat, die. You two bastards, the ones who will die are you. Thunder roared and killing intent filled the sky. Both sides were in a frenzy. At this moment, it was either you die or I live. There was no longer any scruples. Bang, bang, bang. The destructive battle between heaven and earth entered a white-hot stage. The two celestial court troops were like chaotic beasts fighting fiercely. They bombarded each other from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. Rumble. Earth Immortal Realm, Dongxing Divine Continent, Ancient Heaven City. The ancient Heaven City spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was an extremely famous orthodoxy in the Dongxing Divine Continent. There were hundreds of millions of mortals and countless immortal cultivators living in it. But at this moment, hundreds of millions of mortals were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and praying to the heavens. This was because heaven and earth were rumbling and shaking. Large numbers of buildings were collapsing, and all sorts of cries could be heard. Boom! Just as countless mortals were scrambling to escape and wailing in grief, the two boundless celestial court descended. Just as they collided in the void, the destructive aftershocks that poured down instantly turned the ancient heaven city into ashes. Countless mortals were crushed into a bloody mist and disappeared on the ground. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of miles of land sank thousands of feet. Terrifying ravines crisscrossed the scorched earth. Fiery lava spewed out from the earth's core, drowning the once bustling ancient heaven city. Chapter 771. Destroy the heavens, destroy the earth, and destroy all living things. These simple words described the scene in front of them. However, the two celestial courts were already fighting to the death. They had no pity for the deaths of billions of mortals and disappeared into the void in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The vast and boundless earth immortal realm was suffering a calamity of the world. Because the two heavenly courts were constantly moving, it was as if they were chasing each other. The billions of rays of starlight and boundless baleful aura that shot out were ceaselessly burying all living beings in the world. Human cities were annihilated one after another. The vast mountains were collapsing, and the magma in the earth's core was surging. This was a world of blood and life. No living things could survive. Not only were the mortals suffering from this catastrophe, but the demons in the endless mountains were also crying and fleeing. However, the two celestial courts covered the sky and covered the earth. The battle between the two ultimate formations of heaven and earth was just the aftershocks that were released were enough to take the lives of all living things. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, the earth was sinking, and the void was collapsing. The cracks in space were like curtains that covered the sky. They were tearing everything in the surroundings apart and were slowly healing under the laws of heaven and earth. From the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground, the Dongxing divine continent suffered unimaginable destruction. More than half of the land was turned into endless scorched earth. Above the East Sea, the blue waves were overturning the sky. The two celestial courts whizzed past. The terrifying power that was released vaporized the seawater into smoke. More than half of the East Sea was dissipated. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the East Sea were all killed. The sky full of blood dyed the East Sea red and completely turned it into a dead zone. However, this catastrophe was not over. This was just the beginning. The two celestial courts were fighting to the extreme. Even the buildings in the celestial courts were being destroyed and collapsed. The battle had reached a white-hot stage. Kill. It shook the heavens and cracked the earth. Ashes flew and were annihilated. More than half of the Dongxing divine continent was penetrated. However, the battle between the two celestial courts was not over. They were bombarding each other in the boundless heavens and earth. The terrifying power that could destroy mountains and rivers was unleashed. Everywhere the two celestial courts passed by, everything was destroyed. In the Aparagodania continent, everyone worshipped Buddha. But today, the Aparagodania continent was in complete darkness. Even the spirit mountain in the west, which had been shining for eternity, was dimmed. Countless bodhisattvas and arhats were scrambling to flee to the outside world. Oh my God, what happened? Bodhisattva, please show mercy and save us. Buddha above, please have mercy on us mortals and save us from the abyss of suffering. Countless mortals were wailing in grief, and demons were fleeing for their lives. However, when the two celestial courts swept across the boundless void, the starlight and baleful auras that were unleashed by each other instantly filled the Buddhist lands with smoke and dust. It was unknown how many living beings had died tragically. Puff. Puff. Be it bodhisattvas, Buddhas, or even some famous great monster kings, they all died in the void, exploding into mists of blood that filled the sky and drifted between heaven and earth. Even when they were dying, they didn't even have time to scream. It was too frightening to imagine. The earth-shattering battle between the two celestial courts could be said to have destroyed mountains and rivers. Not only were innocent mortals buried in it, but even immortals, Buddhas, and demons could not escape this catastrophe. What was a catastrophe of heaven and earth? It pierced through heaven and earth, annihilated all living beings, stirred up the ancient and modern world, and killed billions of living beings. This was the so-called catastrophe of heaven and earth. However, this catastrophe was just the beginning. The terror of the two great arrays of heaven and earth had just been revealed. Half of the Aparagodania continent had been reduced to ashes, and countless living beings had died tragically. All living things were trembling. Those who were lucky enough to survive were praying to the heavens. The world was filled with cries, and the billions of souls of the dead were wailing. They were all sucked into the netherworld by the light of guidance. The underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation were in chaos. Countless dead souls were crying. The vast underworld was in extreme turmoil. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation that had been immovable since ancient times was trembling. The 18 levels of hell. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed drastically. He chanted the merciful Buddha's name and displayed the supreme power of Buddhism to suppress the riot. However, the fierce aura of resentment and unwillingness of the dead souls instantly shattered the Buddha's light around him. Mouthfuls of golden Buddha blood kept spurting out from his mouth, and his entire body fell to the ground. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, and all living beings were destroyed. How could these countless dead souls not hate? How could Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suppress the power of anger and resentment produced after their deaths? 6 paths of reincarnation, cycle of life and death. Suddenly, a dark figure walked out from the depths of the underworld. His body was blooming with the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving people a feeling of the void of heaven and earth. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation were shining. Wisps of 6 paths of suppression swept through the vast underworld, gradually calming down the endless dead souls. However, a mouthful of blood also spurted out from the mysterious figure's mouth. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury in order to calm the anger and resentment of hundreds of millions of dead souls. Mengpa, are you still not going to make a move? Do you want to watch the 6 paths of reincarnation collapse? The person roared coldly. His vast and boundless voice resounded throughout the underworld. There is no road to the Yellow Springs. The dead may rest in peace. On the bridge of helplessness, there was a stooped old woman. Her face was haggard and her eyes were hollow. Her withered hand was scooping up a bowl of turbid soup and sprinkling it directly into the void. Woo woo woo. The 9 nether draft shook the souls of people. A terrifying wind blew in the dark and boundless underworld. The river of forgetfulness flowed in reverse, and the water of the Yellow Springs overturned the sky. It directly turned into a curtain of water that covered the sky and earth. It instantly appeared everywhere in the underworld, engulfing the endless dead souls. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, so be it. Mengpa sighed hoarsely. She was completely silent. Sigh. In front of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the black figure let out a long sigh. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared. Only a sorrowful sigh was left, proving his extremely heavy mood. The Earth God Realm. The Aparagodania continent was devastated. The 2 celestial courts had already left. However, the once Buddhist land was no longer full of vitality. There were only cries and sorrowful howls that reverberated between heaven and earth. The Nanjan Department continent, the North Continent. These 2 large continents had also suffered from the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Countless living beings had died tragically. Even though the Earth God realm was vast and boundless, the impact of the battle between the 2 celestial courts was too great. If this continued, perhaps more than half of the 3 realms would be destroyed. Rumble. Billions of stars were dim and without light. The ferocious aura was faintly discernible. The two celestial courts had unknowingly returned to the firmament and were facing each other across space. Puff! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of gold paper. Even the heaven-destroying halberd that he was holding was trembling. This proved how much damage he had suffered from activating the Chaos Empyrean formation. Not only Yi Xian, but the bodies of the three demi-saints were stained with blood. The light around them was extremely dim. Behind Yi Xian and the rest, more than half of the celestial court had died. They had all died of exhaustion. Their withered corpses lay on the Chaos Empyrean formation. It was a ghastly sight. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, piles of white bones. These 8 words described the tragic state of the celestial court. However, the ancient demon court did not have it easy either. The bodies of the 2 celestial emperors had collapsed. Their bodies were drenched in blood. The demonic light around them was extremely dim. Blood kept flowing out of their mouths. More than half of the ancient demon court had collapsed to the ground. Most of them had died of exhaustion. Countless demons had turned into a pool of blood and soaked the entire ancient demon court. Both sides had suffered great losses. This was the outcome of the 2 celestial courts. However, this earth-shattering battle was not over. At this moment, Yi Xian and the 2 celestial emperors were staring at each other. Both of their eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. Chapter 772. The blood of the 2 celestial court dyed the sky red. The destruction caused by the battle spread far and wide. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties and were now extremely weak. "Brother, let's fight!" Di Jun roared ferociously. His eyes were bloodshot. Now that both sides were injured, the ancient demon court would become a joke if Yi Xian continued to live. "I'm afraid you can't afford to fight." Yi Xian roared angrily. His eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. The heaven-destroying halberd buzzed in his hand and the chaotic sky-terminating formation released a destructive aura once again. "Yi Xian, you forced me to do this." Dong Huang Tai's eyes were as red as blood. His expression was ferocious and twisted. Madness flashed across his eyes as if he had made a huge decision. Rumble. Above the sky, in the void, the ancient demon court shook violently under Dong Huang Tai's feet. The heavenly cycle star formation was vast and boundless. At this moment, billions of starlight shone down and enveloped the entire ancient demon court. Sutras were being chanted in the void. The ancient demon court, which had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. Everyone's face was solemn and they were chanting mysterious and profound sutras. "Gather billions of starlight." Di Jun took a step forward and roared into the sky. "Summon the heavenly cycle star formation." Dong Huang Tai's hands formed seals as he roared at the heavens and earth. It was obvious that at the last moment, they were going to use their killing moves to annihilate Yi Xian and the 33 heavenly courts in one fell swoop. Buzz. The heavenly cycle star formation buzzed and rotated. The luminous starry sky instantly dimmed. The large stars were even dimmer. However, at this moment, unimaginable starlight shone down. Rumble. Endless starlight shone down. Not only did it illuminate the ancient demon court, but it also suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. The grand chanting of the demon court rumbled. On the other side, Yi Xian stood on the chaotic sky terminating formation. His expression changed instantly because a sense of danger suddenly appeared in his heart. Yi Xian knew that the ancient demon court was about to go all out. This would also determine who the winner of the 2 celestial courts would be. Heavenly Emperor. All of a sudden, the Kun Peng's eyes turned gloomy as he roared, "They are going to activate the starlight annihilation, which is also the strongest move of the cosmic star formation. If we can't withstand it, we will definitely be annihilated." Strongest killing move. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His aura was extremely obscure. At this moment of life and death, everyone in the celestial court focused their attention on him. Clearly, whether or not he could withstand the final attack of the ancient demon court would be the key to victory or defeat. This would also determine who was the true ruler of the world. Brother Bai Yi, I need your help. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and gazed at his surroundings. He even began to mutter to himself. This also stunned the three quasi-saints. They did not know who Yi Xian was talking to. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void as the inverse immortal formation floated out and circled around Yi Xian. The wisps of starlight were gentle and peaceful, but they made one's heart feel heavy. Yi Xian stared at the inverse immortal formation in a daze. His eyes were a little dazed. It was as if he saw Lu Bai walking out of the inverse immortal formation. His robes were whiter than snow and untainted by even a speck of dust. He was like a wisp of fireworks that shone brightly in the world. However, he passed by in a hurry, unnoticed by the world. Brother Bai Yi. Brother Yi. Lu Bai smiled at Yi Xian. It was unknown whether Yi Xian was hallucinating or if Lu Bai's heroic spirit was truly indestructible. At this final moment, he met Yi Xian. What should I do? Yi Xian whispered. Life and death vanish, all souls return to dust. Although this move was only conceived by you and me, it is the strongest killing move of the chaotic heaven vanquishing formation, Lu Bai whispered with a smile. I understand now. Yi Xian's heavy expression disappeared. A trace of a smile appeared on his face, and his entire body calmed down. However, the primal chaos absolute heaven formation was shining brightly beneath his feet. Heaven Emperor, who are you talking to? The Kunpeng was extremely bewildered because they saw Yi Xian muttering to himself. It was as if there was someone in front of him. How could they not be bewildered at such a critical moment? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not answer Kunpeng's question. He just took a deep breath and suddenly turned to look at the ancient demon court. A voice that could destroy mountains and rivers came out of his mouth. Whiter than snow, chaotic heaven vanquishing formation. The chaotic heaven vanquishing formation was created by my close friend Lu Bai. It is no weaker than the cosmic stars formation. Today, let me, Yi Xian, see if the ancient demon court can withstand my last move. Yi Xian, go to hell. Emperor Jun roared and the ancient demon court exploded. Heaven and earth were collapsing and everything was dying. The chanting of the ancient demon court became more and more terrifying. Starlight destruction. Donghuang Tai's roar shattered heaven and earth. The two heaven emperors worked together and the ancient demon general poured what little cultivation he had left into the cosmic stars formation. Rumble. Starlight filled the sky and suppressed the heaven and earth. The ancient demon court seemed to have turned into a star that was billions of miles long. It destroyed the world completely with starlight that could destroy both heaven and earth. It also came crashing down on the 33rd celestial court. Life and death vanish, all souls return to ruins. Yi Xian let out an earth-shattering roar as he stabbed the halberd in his hand into the eye of the formation beneath his feet. The three quasi-saints and the heavenly court troops behind him were also crazily pouring their cultivation into the primal chaos absolute heaven formation. Bang, bang, bang. Life and death vanish, the 8 gates opened. The chaotic heaven vanquishing formation was completely out of control. A terrifying black hole that was billions of miles long appeared in the sky. Endless evil chi came crashing down. Kill. The chaotic heaven vanquishing formation was like an ancient star. It was even more like a ferocious beast in the chaos. It rushed toward the ancient demon court amidst the earth-shaking battle cries of the celestial court. Go to hell. You're the ones who will die. Bang. The heaven and earth cracked and the sun and moon lost their light. When the two celestial court's strongest killing moves collided, the three realms suddenly darkened and no sound could be heard. There was no earth-shattering, no destruction of mountains and rivers. There was only endless darkness. It was as if heaven and earth had turned into nothingness at this moment. Everything returned to its original point and nothing would exist anymore. At this moment, whether it was the eight forces or the sages-to-be, their primordial spirits were all stagnant. It was as if time and space had stopped moving. Even their thoughts had been frozen. Crack. It was like the first sound of the chaos. It was as if heaven and earth had just opened. A soft cracking sound could be heard between heaven and earth. It was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of all living beings in the three realms and allowed their thoughts to gradually return to normal. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled between heaven and earth and gradually blew away the endless darkness. A blinding light bloomed in the sky. However, the scene that happened in the next moment caused the souls of all living beings in the three realms to shatter. Their bodies and minds trembled to the extreme and they were completely stunned. Chapter 773. In the sky, the two celestial courts were on the verge of collapsing. The floating islands and pavilions in the celestial court had turned into debris, and the two ultimate arrays of heaven and earth had long vanished. The ancient demon court was shattered, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. The two celestial emperors were covered in blood, and their crowns had fallen to the ground. At this moment, they were half kneeling on the ground, and blood was constantly spurting out of their mouths. Behind Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun, more than half of the ancient demons were either dead or injured. Their bodies were completely shattered, leaving only 3,000 of them alive. The dozens of demi-saints of the demon race were unconscious, their auras dim and lifeless. On the other side, in the 33rd celestial court, Yi Xian's body was cracked like a spider web, and a large amount of blood was flowing out of his body. His face was extremely pale, and it was obvious that he had also suffered a great disaster. Among the three sage-to-be, Kong Xian was unconscious, Taishang Lao Jun was sitting cross-legged, and half of Kunpeng's body had exploded. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals were all dead, and even more than half of the thousands of Daluo Jingxian were dead. Only a few thousand people survived, and their miserable state was unbearable to look at. This was the final outcome of the battle between the two heavenly courts. However, this wasn't something that terrified the living beings of the three realms. What truly terrified the living beings of the three realms was what they were witnessing right now. The boundless sky was gradually cracking. A crack spread in the sky, and gradually broke open with a loud rumble. The crack was expanding faster and faster, and it only stopped when it had completely torn open the sky for hundreds of millions of miles. However, it was also at this moment that something extremely terrifying happened. The luminous starry sky was shaking, and meteorites fell from the starry sky, directly through the terrifying crack, and fell toward the Earth immortal world. However, this was not the end. The boundless sea of stars in the luminous starry sky was surging, and the vast sea of stars poured down in torrents, turning into a long river of stars that poured down in reverse. The terrifying scene was simply too horrible to look at. The sky was broken open. The laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and the sky could not be healed. When the two celestial court used their strongest killing moves, the result was that the sky was pierced. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not repair the hole. In the untainted land, there was an untainted ancient mountain named Buzhou. The divine mountain of Buzhou supported the heaven and earth. However, the divine mountain of Buzhou was knocked down by the two ancient ancestors of sorcery, Zhurong and Gonggang. Because of the collapse of the divine mountain of Buzhou, a heavenly hole was opened in the firmament, bringing a devastating disaster to the untainted land. As for Nuwa, she had obtained the five-colored divine stone from the ancient demon court. Only then did she complete the heaven-mending merit, preventing all living beings in the world from suffering. This was also the foundation of her merit sage ascension. However, today, the two celestial courts were engaged in a destructive battle. This battle was definitely 100 times more terrifying than the battle between the two ancestors of sorcery. It also tore the sky apart for hundreds of millions of miles. The terrible consequences of this battle were incomparable to those of the past. Rumble. Meteorites fell from the sky of Taihao Star, and the vast sea of stars poured down. The boundless Earth Immortal realm suffered an unimaginable calamity. It's over, it's over. Duobao Rulai sat on the ground, paralyzed. His voice became extremely sharp. The Immortal of the South Pole's face was extremely pale, and his legs were trembling. Even the sage-to-be's faces were extremely ugly, and there was a look of horror in their eyes. The sky was broken. If this calamity could not be stopped, the heaven, earth, and man realms would not be far from destruction. Eastern Emperor Tai. Suddenly, just as the living beings of the three realms were in despair, an explosive sound came from all directions. In the 33 celestial courts, Yi Xian held the heaven-destroying halberd and walked in the sky. He was heading towards the ancient demon court. Whether the sky collapsed or the earth sank, Yi Xian did not feel anything even if all the living beings in the world died. At this moment, his eyes were blood-red, and a fierce aura surged into the sky. He only wanted to destroy the ancient demon court. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. Stepping in the sky, the heaven-destroying halberd fell towards the ancient demon court. After an earth-shattering explosion, the heaven-destroying halberd stabbed into the ground in front of the two demonic emperors. It was emitting an extremely fierce light. Bang! Yi Xian stomped on the ground and looked at the two celestial emperors with a sinister look in his eyes. The smile on his face was extremely sinister and terrifying. Although Yi Xian had suffered an unimaginable injury by activating the heavenly chaos formation, one should not forget that his body was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his cracked body was slowly healing. Although he could not recover to his peak strength, it was more than enough to kill the two celestial emperors of the demon race. How do you want to die? Bang! Yi Xian was sinister and ferocious. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the two celestial emperors. His two hands suddenly grabbed the necks of the two celestial emperors, and directly lifted Donghuang Tai and Di Jun into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Donghuang Tai and Di Jun's bodies were cracked and their cultivations were depleted. How could they be a match for Yi Xian? Now that they were in Yi Xian's hands, they were furious and blood kept flowing out of their mouths. Celestial Emperors. Such a scene made thousands of great demons roar in grief. The dozens of sage-to-be prostrated on the ground and glared at Yi Xian. However, they could not even protect themselves at this moment. How could they save the two celestial emperors? Yi Xian, you brat! Di Jun's face turned purple and terrifying as his neck was tightly gripped by Yi Xian. He was screaming crazily and looked at Yi Xian with indescribable hatred. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from Di Jun's neck. Yi Xian's hand was exerting a terrifying force, causing Di Jun's neck to twist irregularly. Ah! Di Jun groaned as he was severely injured. However, he stared at Yi Xian viciously and did not beg for mercy. Beg me. Beg me quickly. If you beg me, I may give you a quick death. Yi Xian tightly gripped Di Jun's neck, as if Di Jun had become a toy in his hands and was being ravaged by him to his heart's content. An extremely vicious and cruel smile appeared on his face. Yi Xian, you trash. If you want to kill me, just do it. You must be daydreaming to make me beg you. Blood continuously flowed out of Di Jun's mouth. His neck had already caved in. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a quasi-saint and had only suffered Yi Xian's cruel ravages, he would have already been twisted by Yi Xian and died. Bang! Di Jun's cursing stopped abruptly because Yi Xian was laughing cruelly and viciously. Di Jun suddenly fell on the hard ground. Before Di Jun could recover, Yi Xian's broad foot stomped on his face. Beg me, beg me, beg me quickly. Bang, bang, bang. An extremely terrifying and humiliating scene appeared. Yi Xian gripped Dong Huangtai with one hand and stomped on Di Jun's face. Every time his foot landed, Di Jun's face would collapse and his 7 apertures would bleed profusely. Chapter 774. Will you beg me? Will you beg me? Bang! 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 Yi Xian's face was ferocious and cruel, and his eyes were unimaginably sinister. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness and was using all his strength to humiliate Di Jun. His broad feet directly trampled half of Di Jun's head into the ground. Everything was silent, and even the sky was silent. Such a fantastical scene appeared in the ancient demon court, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. The 2 great demon emperors had actually fallen to such a state. How could they dare to believe this? Yi Xian, kill me if you want. Even if you humiliate us, we will never beg you for mercy. Dong Huangtai's eyes were filled with despair, but he would not beg Yi Xian even before he died. This was his last dignity as a heavenly emperor of the demon clan. Humiliate you? Yi Xian fiercely stomped on Di Jun's face. His wide feet continued to grind, causing the teeth in Di Jun's mouth to fall out one after another. At this moment, he couldn't even say a word. However, his blood-red eyes were already filled with extreme humiliation. Slap! Suddenly, a loud slap was heard. Yi Xian had stepped on Di Jun's face and slapped Dong Huangtai's face. Dong Huangtai was stunned on the spot, but half of his face was already swollen. So what if I humiliate you too? Slap! Another resounding slap landed on Dong Huangtai's face. The crisp sound was extremely pleasing to the ears, but when the scene fell into the eyes of everyone present, their bodies and minds trembled. Stepping on Di Jun and holding Dong Huangtai's hand. When such a scene appeared, it was simply unbelievable, and they did not dare to believe it. Who were Dong Huangtai and Di Jun? They were the 2 heavenly emperors of the ancient demon court. Even if they were not the 2 heavenly emperors, they were peerless figures among the sage-to-be. But today, they suffered a disaster. Not only were they going to lose their lives here, but they were also going to suffer unimaginable humiliation before they died. This was simply a great humiliation to them. Yi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. Dong Huangtai finally regained his senses. However, his face was already swollen and bruised. His original appearance could no longer be seen. At this moment, he was letting out an extremely humiliated roar. Ha! Yi Xian laughed wildly as he looked at Dong Huangtai's extremely humiliated gaze. It was as if he couldn't breathe from laughing. Only after a few breaths of time did Yi Xian's laughter gradually stop. I don't know if I'll die a horrible death, but today, you 2 pieces of trash will die in my hands. Yi Xian's words were malevolent and sinister. His eyes bloomed with unimaginable killing intent, and the evil aura around him rumbled and seethed. It was no wonder that Yi Xian was like this. Today's battle had directly shattered the 33rd Heaven Celestial Court. The team he had built up over 100,000 years had been completely destroyed. If he did not humiliate the 2 heavenly emperors, how could he resolve the hatred in his heart? Of course, the so-called humiliation was just an appetizer. Today, Yi Xian would also destroy the 2 heavenly emperors. That was what he wanted to do. Bang! Yi Xian threw Dong Huangtai to the ground like he was throwing garbage, and even kicked him to the ground. His barbaric behavior was shocking. Kneel! Yi Xian smiled cruelly and viciously. His hands suddenly grabbed the two heavenly emperors' hair and directly lifted them from the ground. With two ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking, the two heavenly emperors fell to their knees at Yi Xian's feet. Buzz! The void trembled and evil aura surged. The heaven-destroying halberd, which had been inserted diagonally into the ground, rose from the ground and landed in Yi Xian's hands. As Yi Xian swung the halberd, the cold halberd light filled the air. The number one killing weapon of all time also pressed down on the shoulders of the two heavenly emperors, as if it would kill them on the spot in the next moment. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When this scene appeared, whether it was the ancient demon court, the 33rd heaven celestial court, or even the various sage-to-be and major forces, at this moment, there was a deathly silence. This was because from the beginning to the end, no one could have imagined that the final victor of the battle between the two celestial court would be Yi Xian, and that the two heavenly emperors of the ancient demon court would ultimately kneel at Yi Xian's feet. Waiting for their arrival was the arrival of death. Heaven and earth are limitless, and all laws are unique. There will only be one heavenly emperor in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, and this person is Yi Xian. The two of you are just my stepping stones. From now on, the title of heavenly emperor in the world will be mine alone. Yi Xian stood with his halberd, his voice vast and majestic, reverberating throughout the three realms, causing people to tremble both physically and mentally. The majesty of the heavenly emperor made the living beings of the three realms feel a sense of worship. Yi Xian, I have to say that the two of us have indeed been defeated, and thoroughly defeated. We do not need the title of heavenly emperor. Dong Huangtai did not look angry, and his voice had become extremely calm. However, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian. Unfortunately, you can't kill the two of us. In the end, you will only die. Dong Huangtai suddenly smiled, and his expression became extremely serious. Can't kill the two of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and the heaven-destroying halberd was slowly raised. A ray of fierce divine light bloomed on the halberd, and at that moment, it suddenly slashed towards the two of them. Enough! Ding! Heaven and earth froze, and space froze. A calm voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The holy light pressed down on the ancient demon court, preventing Yi Xian's heaven-destroying halberd from descending. How is it? I said that you can't kill the two of us. Dong Huangtai said calmly, but his gaze was looking behind Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian's face was gloomy, and his body was slightly stiff. Although he did not turn around, he knew who had appeared behind him. Queen Yuhua, what are you doing? Yi Xian slowly turned around, and his gaze was gloomy and cold. A slender figure was reflected in his eyes, and the person behind him was the high and mighty Saint Yuhua. Yi Xian, since you have already won, why do you have to kill them all? Queen Yuhua's body was covered in holy light, and her posture was dignified and elegant. She gave off a dignified and inviolable feeling. At that moment, she was speaking calmly to Yi Xian, and there was not a single ripple in her voice. Below the saint, everyone was an ant. The saint was high and mighty, and there was no difference in the eyes of the saint. Whether it was a sage-to-be, a celestial emperor, or a mortal, there was not much difference in the eyes of the saint, because the saint was the highest in heaven and earth, and no one dared to go against the saint's will. What if I have to kill them all? Yi Xian's voice gradually turned cold, and his eyes met with Yuhua's. This caused the atmosphere to instantly become strange, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere suddenly grew. The saints will cannot be defied. If you dare to kill the two of them, it will be disrespectful to me, and I will have no choice but to kill you here. Yuhua seemed to be talking about a very casual matter, but when she finished speaking, a wisp of saints might spread out in all directions, and even the stars in the sky were extinguished. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.